Alright. Hopefully everything's working alright. Music may be a little bit loud. Doesn't look like I can do anything about it though. All I have are credits, mods. Oh, if anyone's wanting to know what the mods I'm using are, let's have a look, shall we? Now, I did start this up earlier to test a few things out. Yes, I'm using the Sofia follower mod, which is one of my absolute favorite mods that I've ever used while playing the original Skyrim game. The Isilmeriel. I don't know if this is working or not, because I haven't really gotten to where I can check. But it's supposed to provide me with Lord of the Rings weaponry. Hairdos Lite. It's supposed to provide me with new hairstyles as well as give NPCs different hairstyles as well. I think it only changes the female hairstyles though. I'm not sure. Though I do want to get like better textures and such for the NPCs and all that. Different body types and different body mesh and faces. I saw one that had like a really nice that provided really nice face mods, but it looks like it changes the hair as well for NPCs, and I don't really want to break anything. And there's the amazing follower tweaks where I can get more followers and all that stuff. Anyways, Buck. Oh, what's this? Skull and Treehouse. Looks kind of cute. So, start a new game, shall we? Now, I'll be honest, I don't know if I'll go with with no cheats or not. Maybe now and then I'll end up cheating, but let's try to minimize that. Pity the mods turn off the achievements though. Apparently Goat Simulator 3 has the same starting as this game. Where am I? Where is this? Who are you? Who are you? Who the hell are these people? Where am I? Oh, birds.
Hey, you.
Huh?
Finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right? Walked right into that Imperial ambush, same as us. And that thief over there. Damn you Stormcloaks.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, let's see here. Can I, settings, audio. Let's put the voice up. Let's lower the music a bit. Soundtrack is awesome for this game, by the way. That's... Is that better?
Skyrim was fine until you came along. Empire was nice and lazy. If they hadn't been looking for you, could have stolen that horse and been halfway to Hammerfell. You there, you and me, we shouldn't be here. It's these Stormcloaks the Empire wants.
We're all brothers and sisters in binds now, thief.
Shut up back there.
What's
shut
wrong
up.
with him, huh?
Watch your tongue. You're speaking to Ulfric Stormcloak, the true High King.
Ulfric, the Jarl of Windhelm?
You didn't really say anything.
The
Why'd
leader
you
of the
snap
rebellion.
at him?
But if they captured you... Oh God, where are they taking us?
I don't know where we're going, but Sovngarde awaits.
No, this can't be happening. This isn't happening.
Hey, what village are you from, horse thief?
Why do you care?
A Nord's last thoughts should be of home.
Rorikstead.
Oh, look at this environment.
I'm from Rorikstead.
Look at that.
General Tullius, sir.
So
The henchman
amazing.
is waiting.
Good. Let's get this over with.
Sure, Mara, Dibella, Kinnereth, Akatosh, Divines, please help me.
Look at him. General Tullius, the military governor. And it looks like the Dalmor are with him. Damn elves. I bet they had something to do with this. This is Helgen. I used to be sweet on a girl from here. Wonder if Vilod is still making that mead with juniper berries mixed in. Funny, when I was a boy, imperial walls and towers used to make me feel so safe.
Who are they, Daddy? Where are they going?
We need to go inside.
Why? I want to watch the soldiers.
Inside the house. Now.
Yes, Papa.
Get these prisoners out of the carts. Move it!
Wait, don't we actually meet that little boy again sometime in the future?
Why do you think? End of the line.
I recall there being like a little boy in a cabin with a old
Let's
wizard.
go. Shouldn't keep the gods waiting for
Well,
us.
not like not a wizard, like an old shaman.
Face your death with some courage, thief.
You've got to tell them, we weren't with you. This is a mistake.
Step towards the block.
Who
where you call your
worshipped
name.
Kine.
One at a time.
Empire loves their damn lists.
What were you standing on?
Ulfric Stormcloak, Jarl of Windhelm.
It has been an honor, Jarl Ulfric.
Ralof of Riverwood. Lokir of Rorikstead.
No, I'm not a rebel. You can't do this.
Halt!
You're not gonna kill me.
Archers! Anyone else feel like running?
Wait. You there. Step forward. Who are you?
Race is fine. Let's fiddle with the weight here. I'm not like somebody who's like supposed to be super buff. I want. That looks a bit fine. Okay, I wish I could take off the shirt so I can have a better look. I don't really care for the scars. And that handy down war paint's gonna be any great, yeah. Face. Nose type. Is it one where I can make it not look so damn big. I can make it even bigger, I guess. What the fuck is that? Oh my god. Okay. I don't know if I care too much about that right now. Mouth shape. I don't know. Okay, so the hair mod's working. This one has a bun on the back, right? Yeah. That could be nice. Oh yeah, the eyes. Hang on. Eye color. I do want blue eyes. I know I do know what I had was blue, but let me have a kind of like that. Yeah, that's good. Back to the hair. Get myself a big old Kratos beard. Don't want it too dark, that looks a bit weird. feel like I'm a little too pasty. Let's see here. Skin tone. It's okay. Yeah, I think that's good. Finish and name your character. Ah, yes, I would love to do that. Byrnjolf. Norden.
You picked a bad time to come home to Skyrim, kinsman. Captain, what should we do? He's not on the list.
Of course I'm not on
Forget
the list.
the
I'm new
list.
here.
He goes to the block.
By your orders, Captain.
What?
I'm sorry. At least you'll die here, in your homeland.
Oh
Follow
man,
the
I'm not
captain,
from here.
prisoner.
Also, before anyone asks, no, I didn't choose Norden as the surname because I'm a Nord. It's a name I decided to come up with.
Stormcloak. Some here in Helgen call you a hero, but a hero doesn't use a power like the voice to murder his king and usurp his throne. You started this war, plunged Skyrim into chaos, and now the Empire is going to put you down and restore the peace.
What was that?
What was that?
It's nothing. Carry
Is that
on.
the,
Yes, General
the
Tullius.
world over there?
Give them their last rites.
That means the right.
As we
That means the White
commend
Run
your
is all the way over there.
souls to Aetherius. Blessings of the eight divines upon you.
For the love of Talos, shut up and let's get this over.
Learn, our beloved.
As you wish.
Come on! I haven't got all morning. My ancestors are smiling at me, Imperials. Can you say the same?
You Imperial bastards!
Justice!
Death to the Stormcloaks!
As fearless in death as he was in life.
Next, the Nord and the Rags.
Nord. No, my name's Norden.
Here it is again. Did you hear that?
I said, next, prisoner.
To the block, prisoner. Nice and easy.
Well, okay, fine. Oh, yeah. Are you by chance gonna take that head out?
What in oblivion is
Oh dear.
Sentries, what do you see?
It's in the clouds!
Dragon!
Don't just... Guards, get me down, people!
Ow.
Horrible. What is that thing? Could the legends be true?
Legends don't burn down villages.
Am I still on fire? What's going on with my vision?
We need to move now! Up through the
There we go.
tower. Let's go!
Oh yeah, so when I first tested out this
Up the
game,
stairs, quickly!
when I first tested out this game, for some reason my my sprint button
Up the tower!
was bound to Alt instead of Shift. It was really weird. Oh dear.
Get back!
Really?
See the inn on the other side. Jump through the roof and keep going.
Can I have that
Go!
pendant? Oh, it's stuck in his
Follow when we
back.
can.
Ow. Nope.
Hammond, you need to get over here. Now.
Hello.
That boy, you're doing great.
Not that great. He still got hit.
Still alive, prisoner? Keep close to me if you want to stay that way. Gunnar, take care of the boy. I have to find General Tullius and join the defense.
God's guide you.
Stay close to the wall! Quickly, follow me!
What does it take
Oh,
to
that
kill
was
this
nice.
monster?
I fought bravely.
Into the keep, soldier! We're leaving!
It's you and me, prisoner. Stay close.
By east.
Oh god, she's hurt.
Yeah! For the love of the gods, die!
Rayla, you damn traitor! Out of my way!
We're escaping headlong.
How'd you get over here?
Stopping us this time.
Oh god.
To all the Sovereign Guard!
Oh no!
Come on!
Don't worry, I'll catch you! Ah, crap.
Let's go!
Keep your eyes on it.
Come on!
I will always go with Hotbar because I like Godbar.
Looks like we're the only ones who made it. Was that really a dragon? Bring us in the end times. We should keep moving. Come here. Let me see if I can get those bindings off.
Oh, yeah, sure.
There you go.
Thank you.
Take a look around. There should be plenty of gear to choose from. I'm going to see if I can find something for these burns.
Look at me.
You
That's
better
what I
get
like,
some
huh?
gear.
Alright, I'll get some gear. I'll take a helmet and some gold. There. I'm good to go!
You better get some gear.
I did! I got a helmet. That's all I need.
Chests has some armor for you.
Should I really bother to read? Wait, what? Oh, there we go. That had me confused there for a moment. Ah, the legions could learn from the unconventional tactics used by the Khajiit in the 5 Years' War against Valenwood. I was stationed at the Sphinxmoth Legion Fort on the border near Dune and witnessed many of the northern skirmishes firsthand. The war started with the so-called slaughter of Torval. The Khajiit claim that the Bosmer invaded the city without provocation and killed over 1,000 citizens before being driven off by reinforcements from a nearby jungle tribe. The Bosmer claim that the attack was in retaliation for Khajiit bandits who were attacking wood caravans headed for Valenwood. In the spring of 3E396, the war moved closer to Fort Sphinxmoth. I was posted on lookout and saw parts of the conflict. I later spoke with both Khajiit and Bosmer who fought in the battle, and it will serve as an excellent example of how the Khajiit used a mixture of ground and tree units to win the war. The Khajiit began the fight in an unusual way by sending tree-cutting teams of Katerat, and the fearsome Senkerat, or battle cats, into the outskirts of Valenwood's forests. When word reached the Bosmer that trees were being felled, allegedly a crime in the strange Bosmeri religion, a unit of archers were dispatched from larger conflicts in the south. The Bosmer were thus goaded into splitting their forces into smaller groups. The Bosmer archers took up positions in the remaining trees, whose branches were now 20 or more feet apart, allowing some light into the forest floor. The Bosmer bent the remaining trees with their magics into small fortifications from which to fire their bows. When the tree cutters arrived, The next morning, a half-dozen Khajiit fell to the Bosmer arrows in the first volley. After that, the Khajiit took large wooden shields from the backs of the Senkrot and made a crude shelter. The Khajiit, even the enormous Senkrot, oh god, how many times is that word going to appear? Were able to hide between the shelter and one of the larger trees. When it became apparent that the Khajiit would not leave their shelter, some Bosmer chose to descend and engage the Khajiit, sword to claw. When the Bosmer were nearly upon the shelter, one of the Khajiit began playing on a native instrument of plucked metal bars. This was a signal of some kind, and a small group of the man-like Omis and Omisrat emerged from covered holes on the forest floor. Although outnumbered, they were attacked from behind by surprise and won the ground quickly. Bosmer archers in the trees would have still won the battle were they not having troubles on their own. A group of Doggy and Doggirat, two of the less common forms of Khajiit who live in the trees of the Tenmar forest, jumped from one tree to another under a magical cover of silence. They took up positions in the higher branches that could not hold a Bosmer's weight. When the signal came, they used their claws and either torches or spells of fire. Count from the two survivors I spoke with vary on this point, to distract the archers while the battle on the ground took place. A few of the archers were able to flee, but most were killed. Apparently the Doggy and Doggirat have more magical ability than is widely believed, if they were able to keep themselves magically silenced for so long. One of the surviving Bosmer told me that he saw a few ordinary cats among the Doggy, and even claimed that these ordinary cats are known as Alfik, and that they were the spellcasters. But Bosmer are almost as unreliable as the Khajiit when it comes to the truth, and I cannot believe that a house cat can cast spells. At the end of the day, the Khajiit lost perhaps a half-dozen fighters, out a force of no more than 4 dozen, while the Bosmer lost nearly an entire company of archers. The survivors were unable to report back before a second company of archers arrived, and this strategy was repeated again with similar results. Finally, a much larger force was sent, and the Bosmer won the battle with the help of the native animals of Valenwood. That third skirmish and the Khajiit response I will discuss in the second volume of this series. Is there a second volume? I like how I'm just taking the time to read while, the city's being destroyed and all that.
See if one of these chests has some armor for you.
Ah, yes, a broom. A mighty weapon.
You're gonna get that armor on. Give that sword a few swings, too.
Okay, fine. Weapons. Favorite that. It's favorite that and favorite that.
Keep moving. That thing.
Wrong button. Put that on 2 for now, as well as that on 3.
Let's keep moving. That thing is still out there.
Ha! Oh dear.
We need to get moving. That dragon is tearing up the whole keep.
Just give me a minute. I'm out of breath.
Hear that? Stormcloaks. Maybe we can reason with them.
Yeah, no. I highly doubt that.
Hold on. If you want to die, so lucky.
Oh! There we go.
Let me see if I can get that door open.
Okay, so I am going to need this, and this.
Let
Sorry,
me see
miss.
if I can get that door open.
So, +1 damage. I don't know if I want to use an axe or not. Oh god. Hello? You okay back there? Hello?
Damn, that dragon doesn't give up easy.
Block.
What are you doing? We need to get out of Helgen. Now.
I can't block. I don't have a
The
shield.
Imperials have potions in
there?
here. Going.
Found you.
They found me. Okay, that looked like I would have stabbed myself there.
An old storeroom. See if you can find some potions. Might come in handy.
Horse. How'd you get? Ooh, salt. More salt. Is that it? Isn't there like potatoes up here or something? No, just baskets. Oh. What the fuck? Wobbler eggs? The fuck are those? Those aren't potatoes. I've never seen a wobbler egg before.
Come then, this way. The torture room. Gods, I wish we didn't need these. I would feel that.
I'm stuck. Oh god! I am so sorry, ma'am.
Scare them off.
I'm not gonna take your shield. Actually, no. Yeah, I probably should.
You fellows happened
Or maybe
along
not.
just in time. Boys seemed a bit upset at how I've been entertaining their comrades.
Don't you even know what's going on? A dragon is attacking Helgen.
A dragon, please, don't make up nonsense. Although, come to think of it,
Fuck pigs.
I did hear some
Oh, here we go. A Brief History of the Empire, Part 1, by Stronic Cthulhu III, Imperial Historian. Before the rule of Tiber Septim, all Tamriel was in chaos. The poet Trasisis called that period of continuous unrest, days and nights of blood and venom. The kings were a petty lot of grasping tyrants who fought Tiber's attempts to bring order to the land, but they were as disorganized as they were dissolute, and the strong hand of Septim brought peace forcibly to Tamriel. The year was Second Era, 896. The following year, the Emperor declared the beginning of a new era. Thus began the Third Era, year Aught. For 38 years, the Emperor Tiber reigned supreme. It was a lawful, pious, and glorious age, when justice was known to one and all, from serf to sovereign. On Tiber's death, it reigned for an entire fortnight, as if the land of Tamriel itself was weeping. The Emperor's grandson, Pelagius, came to the throne. Though his reign was short, he was as strong and resolute as his father had been. And Tamriel could have enjoyed a continuation of the Golden Age. Alas, an unknown enemy of the Septim family hired that accursed organization of cutthroats, the Dark Brotherhood. Oh wow, they existed all the way back then too? Damn. To kill the Emperor Pelagius I, as he knelt at prayer at the Temple of the One in the Imperial City. Temple of the One? Who's the Temple of the One? What? Who is the One? Talos? But that would be Tiber Septim then. Who is the One? Pelagius I's reign lasted less than 3 years. Pelagius had no living children, so the crown imperial passed to his first cousin, the daughter of Tiber's brother Agnorith, Kintira, former queen of Silvanar, assumed the throne as Kintira I. Her reign was blessed with prosperity and good harvests, and she herself was an avid patroness of art, music, and dance. Kintira's son was crowned after her death, the first emperor of Tamriel to use the imperial name Uriel. Uriel I was the great lawmaker of the Septim dynasty and a promoter of independent organizations and guilds. Under his kind but firm hand, the Fighters Guild and the Mages Guild increased in prominence throughout Tamriel. His son and successor, Uriel II, reigned for 18 years, from the death of Uriel I in the Third Era 64 to Pelagius II's ascension in Third Era 82. Tragically, the rule of Uriel II was cursed with blights, plagues, and insurrections. The tenderness he inherited from his father did not serve Tamriel well, and little justice was done. Pelagius II inherited not only the throne from his father, but the debt from the latter's poor financial and judicial management. Pelagius dismissed all of the elder council and allowed only those willing to pay great sums to resume their seats. He encouraged similar acts among his vassals, the kings of Tamriel, and by the end of his 17-year reign, Tamriel had returned to prosperity. His critics, however, have suggested that any advisor possessed of wisdom but not of gold had been summarily ousted by Pelagius. This may have led to some of the troubles his son Antiochus faced when he in turn became emperor. Antiochus was certainly one of the more flamboyant members of the usually austere Septim family. He had numerous mistresses and nearly as many wives. My. If he was wise, then is he King Solomon then? And was renowned for the grandeur of his dress and his high good humor. Okay, so I guess he wasn't very wise. Unfortunately, his reign was rife with civil war, surpassing even that of his grandfather Uriel II. The War of the Isle in the Third Era, 110, 12 years after Antiochus assumed the throne, nearly took the province of Somerset Isle away from Tamriel. The united alliance of the kings of Somerset and Antiochus only managed to defeat King Orgum of the island. Kingdom of... is that a P or a D? Pannonia? Due to a freak storm. Legend credits the Sigic Order of the Isle of Artarum with the sorcery behind the Tempest. The story of Kintira II, heiress to her father Antiochus's throne, is certainly one of the saddest tales in imperial history. Her first cousin Uriel, son of Queen Potema of Solitude, accused Kintira of being a bastard, alluding to the infamous decadence of the imperial city during her father's reign. When this accusation failed to stop her coronation, Uriel bought the support of several disgruntled kings of High Rock, Skyrim, and Morrowind, and with Queen Potema's assistance, he coordinated 3 attacks on the Septim Empire. The first attack occurred in the Iliac Bay region, which separates High Rock and Hammerfell. Kintira's entourage was massacred and the Empress taken captive. For 2 years, Kintira II languished in an imperial prison believed to be somewhere in Glenpoint or Glenmoral, before she was slain in her cell under mysterious circumstances. The second attack was on a series of imperial garrisons along the coastal Morrowind Islands. The Empress's consort, Contin Arnex, fell defending the forts. The third and final attack was the siege of the imperial city itself, occurring after the Elder Council had split up the army to attack western High Rock and eastern Morrowind. The weakened government had little defense against Uriel's determined aggression and capitulated after only a fortnight of resistance. Uriel took the throne that same evening and proclaimed himself Uriel III, Emperor of Tamriel. The year was Third Era 121. This began the War of the Red Diamond, described in Volume 2 of this series. Damn, that sucks.
Noise is coming from over there.
I feel very sorry for that woman. Oh! Part 2. Of this series described in brief the lives of the first 8 emperors of the Septim dynasty, beginning with the glorious Tiber Septim and ending with his great-great-great-great-grandniece Kintira II. Kintira's murder in Glenpoint while in captivity is considered by some to be the end of the pure strain of Septim blood in the imperial family. Certainly, it marks the end of something significant. Uriel III not only proclaimed himself Emperor of Tamriel, but also Uriel Septim III, taking the eminent surname as a title. In truth, his surname was Mantiarco, from his father's line. In time, Uriel III was disposed and his crimes reviled. The tradition of taking the name Septim as a title for the Emperor of Tamriel did not die with him. For 6 years, the War of the Red Diamond, which takes its name from the Septim family's famous badge, tore the empire apart. The combatants were the 3 surviving children of Pelagius II, Potema, Sepphoris, and Magnus, and their various offspring. Potema, of course, supported her son Uriel III and had the combined support of all of Skyrim and northern Morrowind. With the efforts of Sepphoris and Magnus, however, the province of High Rock turned coat. The provinces of Hammerfell, Somerset, Isle, Valenwood, Elsewhere, and Black Marsh were divided in their loyalty, and most kings supported Sepphoris and Magnus. In the Third Era 127, Uriel III was captured at the Battle of Ichidag in Hammerfell, en route to his trial in the imperial city. The mob overtook his prisoner's carriage and burned him alive within it. His captor and uncle continued on to the imperial city, and by common acclaim was proclaimed Sepphoris I, Emperor of Tamriel. Sepphoris' reign was marked by nothing but war. By all accounts, he was a kind and intelligent man, but what Tamriel needed was a great warrior, and he fortunately was that. It took an additional 10 years of constant warfare for him to defeat his sister Potema, the so-called Wolf Queen of Solitude, who died in the siege of her city-state. in the year 137. Zephyr survived his sister by only 3 years. He never had time during the war years to marry, so it was his brother, the fourth child of Pelagius II, who assumed the throne. The Emperor Magnus was already elderly when he took up the imperial diadem, and the business of punishing the traitorous kings of the War of the Red Diamond drained much of his remaining strength. Legend accuses Magnus's son and heir Pelagius III of patricide, but that seems highly unlikely, for no other reason than that Pelagius was king of Solitude following the death of Potema, and seldom visited the imperial city. Pelagius III, sometimes called Pelagius the Mad, was proclaimed emperor in the 145th year of the Third Era. Almost from the start, his eccentricities, good grief, words, why can't I say them, of behavior were noted at court. He embarrassed dignitaries, offended his vassal kings, and on one occasion marked the end of an imperial grand ball by attempting to hang himself. His long-suffering wife was finally awarded the regency of Tamriel, and Pelagius III was sent to a series of healing institutions and asylums until his death in the Third Era 153 at the age of 34. The Empress Regent of Tamriel was proclaimed Empress Kataria I upon the death of her husband. Some who do not mark the end of the Septim bloodline with the death of Kentira II consider the ascendancy of this dark elf woman the true mark of its decline. Oh, one of the empresses was a dark elf? That's interesting. Her defenders, on the other hand, assert that though Kataria... Actually, don't you meet somebody named Kataria? Never mind. Was not descended from Tiber. The son she had with Pelagius was, so the imperial chain did continue. Despite racist assertions to the contrary, Kataria's 46-year reign was one of the most celebrated in Tamriel's history. Uncomfortable in the imperial city, Kataria traveled extensively throughout the empire, such as no emperor ever had since Tiber's day. She repaired much of the damage that previous emperors' broken alliances and bungled diplomacy created. The people of Tamriel came to love their empress far more than the nobility did. Kataria's death in a minor skirmish in Black Marsh is a favorite subject of conspiracy-minded historians. The sage Montalius's discovery, for instance, of a disenfranchised branch of the Septim family and their involvement with the skirmish was a revelation indeed. When Cassander assumed the throne upon the death of his mother, he was already middle-aged. Only half-elven, he aged like a Breton. In fact, he had left the rule of Wayrest to his half-brother, Uriel, due to poor health. Nevertheless, as the only true blood relation of Pelagius and this Tiber, he was pressed into accepting the throne. To no one's surprise, the Emperor Cassander's reign did not last long. In 2 years, he joined his predecessors in eternal slumber. Uriel Lariat, Cassander's half-brother, and the child of Kataria I, and her imperial consort Gulliver Lariat, after the death of Pelagius III, left the kingdom of Wayrest to reign as Uriel IV. Legally, Uriel IV was a Septim. Cassander had adopted him into the royal family when he had become king of Wayrest. Nevertheless, to the council and the people of Tamriel, he was a bastard child of Kataria. Uriel did not possess the dynamism of his mother and his long 40-year reign was a hotbed of sedition. Uriel IV's story is told in the 3rd volume of this series.
You have no authority over me, boy.
Didn't you hear me? I said the keep.
Yes, I heard you. Let me read some more. Book of the Dragonborn. Year 360 of the 3rd era. 21st of the reign of His Majesty Byrnjolf IV. Many people have heard the term Dragonborn. We are of course ruled by the Dragonborn Emperors, but the true meaning of the term is not commonly understood. For those of us in the Order of Talos, this is a subject near and dear to our hearts, and in this book I will attempt to illuminate the history and significance of those known as Dragonborn, down through the ages. Most scholars agree that the term was first used in connection with the covenant of Akatosh, when he blessed Saint Alicia. Well, when the blessed Saint Alicia was given the amulet of kings, and the dragonfires in the temple of the One were first lit. Akatosh, looking with pity upon the plight of men, drew precious blood from his own heart and blessed Saint Alicia with his blood of dragons, and made a covenant that so long as Alicia's generations were true to the dragon blood, Akatosh would endeavor to seal tight the gates of oblivion, and to deny the armies of Daedra and undead to their enemies. The Daedra-loving Iliads, thus blessed by Akatosh with the dragon blood, became known more simply as Dragonborn. The connection with the rulers of the Empire was thus there from the beginning. Only those of the dragon blood were able to wear the amulet of kings and light the dragon fires, although all the legitimate rulers of the Empire have been Dragonborn. The emperors and empresses of the first Surdilic Empire, founded by Ligia, Raymond... boy. Give me a moment. Okay. The emperors and empresses of the first Surdilic Empire, founded by Elysia, Raymond Cyrodiil, and his heirs, and of course Tiber Septim and his heirs, down to our current emperor, His Majesty Pelagius Septim IV. Because of his connection with the emperors, however, the other significance of the Dragonborn has been obscured and largely forgotten by all the scholars and those of us dedicated to the service of the blessed Talos. Who was Tiber Septim? Very few realize that being Dragonborn is not a simple matter of heredity. Being the blessing of Akatosh himself, it is beyond our understanding exactly how and why it is bestowed. Those who become emperor and light the dragon fires are surely Dragonborn. The proof is in the wearing of the amulet and the lighting of the fires. But were they Dragonborn and thus able to do these things? Or was the doing the sign of the blessing of Akatosh descending upon them? All that we can say is that it's both and neither, a divine mystery. The line of Septims have all been Dragonborn, and of course, which is one reason the simplistic notion of it being hereditary has become so commonplace. But we know for certain that the early Cyrodiilic rulers were not all related. There is also no evidence that Raymond Cyrodiil was descended from Elysia, although there are many legends that would make it so, most of them dating from the time of Raymond and likely attempts to legitimize his rule. We know that the blades usually thought of as the Emperor's bodyguards originated in Akaviri. We know that the blades, usually thought of as the Emperor's bodyguards, originated in Akaviri Crusaders who invaded Tamriel for obscure reasons in the late First Era. They appear to have been searching for a Dragonborn, and The events at Pale Pass bear this out, and the Akaviri were the first to proclaim Riemann Cyrodiil as Dragonborn. In fact, it was the Akaviri who did the most to promote his standing as Emperor, although Riemann himself never took that title in his lifetime. And of course, there's no known hereditary connection between Tiber Septim and any of the previous Dragonborn rulers of Tamriel. Whether there can be more than one Dragonborn at any time is another mystery. The emperors have done their best to dismiss this notion, but of course the imperial succession itself means that, at the very least, there are 2 or more potential Dragonborn at any time. The current ruler and his or her heirs that's a period. The emperors have done their best to dismiss this notion, but of course the imperial succession itself means that at the very least there are 2 or more potential Dragonborns at any time, the current ruler and his or her heirs. The history of the Blades also hints at this, although little is known of their activities during the interregnum between Riemann's Empire and the rise of Tiber Septim. Many believe that the Blades continued to search out and guard those they believed were or might be Dragonborn during this time. Thusly, we come to the question of the true meaning of being Dragonborn. The connection with dragons is so obvious that it has almost been forgotten. In these days, when dragons are a distant memory, we forget that in the early days being Dragonborn meant having the dragon blood. Some scholars believe that was meant quite literally, although the exact significance is not known. The Nords tell tales of Dragonborn heroes who were great dragon slayers, able to steal the power of the dragons they killed. Indeed, it is well known that the Akaviri sought out and killed many dragons during their invasion, and there is some evidence that this continued after they became Riemann Cyrodiil's Dragon Guard. Again, the connection to dragons. The direct predecessor of the Blades of today. I leave you with what is known as the prophecy of the Dragonborn. It often said to originate in an Elder Scroll, although it is sometimes also attributed to the ancient Akaviri. Many have attempted to decipher it, and many have also believed that its omens had been fulfilled, and that the advent of the last Dragonborn was at hand. I make no claims as an interpreter of prophecy, but it does suggest that the true significance of Akatosh's gift to mortal kind has yet to be fully understood. When misrule takes its place at the 8 corners of the world, when the brass tower walks and time is reshaped, when the thrice blessed fail and the red tower trembles, when the Dragonborn ruler loses his throne and the white tower falls, when the snow tower lies sundered, kingless bleeding, the World Eater wakes and the wheel turns upon the last Dragonborn. And sounds like what we are going through, I guess.
It's under attack.
Forget the old man. I'll come with you.
Wait a second. Looks like there's something in this cage.
Don't bother with that. Lost the key ages ago. Poor fellow screamed for weeks.
See if you can get it open.
Got it.
With some picks. We'll need everything we can get.
Sure. Take all my things.
Tightening. I'll take your stuff.
Grab what you can.
No, not magic.
Let's go.
There's no way out that way.
don't know.
Where in Oblivion are we supposed to go? Where's the way out?
It's not this way.
Want it? Yeah, that's all you've got.
That's the end of that. All right,
I'm taking that.
let's see if we can find a way out.
You're on fire, pal.
Good luck, you two. We need... Huh?
Huh? Saw an arrow in the water here. He's not. Oh, but there's a body over here. Yeah. How do you not drop anything useful? I'm coming!
Over here. Let's see where this goes.
Ha! Got the lever before you did. Come on! Whoop. Oh, but there's going back this way.
Come down on top of us.
Look at this. Gold!
I'm sure the others will find another way out.
Spiders! Oh god, stamina's low. What the? Hi there. Oh god! Oh, does the poisoning drain my stamina?
What next? Giant snakes.
Please don't. No. Please don't. I'll take what I can here for alchemical reasons. This better have a ring on it. I just murdered a married spider. Okay, where'd that go? There it is. Okay. Huh. There we go. I guess I could just search it while it was up there. Oh, whatever. Hopefully none of these hatch while I have them in my pocket. That would be unfortunate.
Hold up. There's a bear just ahead. See her?
Yep.
I'd rather not tangle with her right now. You might be able to sneak by. Just take it nice and slow, and watch where you step. Or if you're feeling lucky, you can take this...
Oh, I'm feeling lucky.
Oh.
Okay, so let's put the bow on 2. Put this... Actually, no, let's put that on 2. Let's put that on 3. You can go on 4.
Might take her by surprise. Go ahead. I'll follow your lead and watch your back. Not the snaking type, huh?
it in the foot. Okay, I think there's stuff over here. Potion of health. See, that's it, other than the dagger and the skull. And I think there's a pouch. Coins.
This looks like the way out. I was starting to wonder if we'd ever make it.
Enable survival mode? No. How would I do that?
Looks like he's gone for good this time.
Wait, what was that?
But I don't think we should stick around to see if he comes back.
Did arrows just
Closest
drop
town from
somewhere?
here is Riverwood. My uncle's the blacksmith there. I'm sure he'd help you out. It's probably best if we split up. Good luck. I wouldn't have made it without your help today.
I swear I heard some arrows just falling onto the ground.
Closest town from here is Riverwood. My uncle's the blacksmith there. I'm sure he'd help you out. It's probably best if we split up. Good luck. I wouldn't have made it without your help today.
Yeah, we're good. We can stick together.
Listen, you should go to Solitude and join up with the Imperial Legion. We could really use someone like you. And if the rebels have themselves a dragon, General Tullius is the only one who can stop them.
The dragons were all dead long ago.
So did I. If the damn Stormcloak somehow found one, or woke it up, the war might be about to take an ugly turn. Hard to believe it was just a coincidence, that the first dragon anyone's seen for centuries attacks just as Ulfric was about to be executed.
Who were those other prisoners?
Well, you didn't know? That was Ulfric's Stormcloak and his top lieutenants.
I don't pay much attention to current events.
Oh, right. You were caught trying to cross the border into Skyrim, weren't you? You're not kidding. Ulfric's the leader of the Stormcloaks. You know, the traitors trying to break Skyrim away from the Empire.
Who are the Stormcloaks?
You haven't heard of the civil war in Skyrim?
Nope.
I guess down in Cyrodiil, people have other things to worry about. It's pretty simple. Ulfric founded the Stormcloaks years ago, as a sort of private army to advance his ambitions. He's always used the ban on the worship of Talos to stir people up against the Empire. He never succeeded in getting much support, so a few months ago he murdered the High King. That got the Empire's attention.
You really think I should join the Imperial Legion?
Of course. I know today wasn't the best introduction to the Legion, but I hope you'll give us another chance. The Legion could really use someone like you, especially now. And if the rebels have themselves a dragon, General Tullius is the only one who can stop them.
You think General Tullius knows where that dragon came from?
No, not yet. After all, a dragon, something out of old tales and legends. No one could have expected that. But you can bet he'll be trying to figure it out. This could shift the whole balance of the war. If you want to help stop that dragon, your best bet is to go to Solitude and join up with the Legion.
I'll have to think about it.
Sure, I understand. It's not easy to go from being executed by the Legion one day to joining up the next. But I think you'll see that the Legion is Skyrim's only hope for real peace right now. I know you'll make the right choice in the end. Listen, you should go to Solitude and join up with the Imperial Legion.
You already told me this,
Could
pal.
really use someone like you. And if the rebels have themselves a dragon, General Tullius is the only one who can stop them.
Wow, look at that butterfly. Feels like my mouse is getting stuck.
See that ruin up there? Bleak Falls Barrow. When I was a boy, that place always used to give me nightmares. Draugr creeping down the mountain to climb through my window at night. That kind of thing. I admit, I still don't much like the look of it.
Hey, don't worry about it. I'll be going up there soon enough to clear it out. Damn, this game is beautiful.
These are the Guardian Stones. 3 of the 13 ancient standing stones that dot Skyrim's landscape. Go ahead, see for yourself.
Of course I'm going to choose the warrior.
Warrior. Good. I knew you shouldn't have been on that cot the minute I laid eyes on you.
Oh! Yeah, you don't want to go up there.
As far as I'm concerned, you've already earned your pardon. But until we get that confirmed by General Tullius, just stay clear of other Imperial soldiers and avoid any complications.
Oh, look at the fish jumping jumping up the waterfall. I remember that from the original game. I wonder if you can catch those fish. Aren't there supposed to be wolves over here? Ah, right there. Where's the other? Oh! Get over here!
That's the end of that.
Hiya, dog. Give me your hide.
I'm glad you decided to come with me. Almost to Riverwood.
Oh, so while I was away, I was playing God of War Ragnarok. And my god, that game is amazing. The story is incredible. For some reason, people are just crying about
quiet enough here.
Though for some reason, people are just crying about it being woke for some reason. Honestly, I really think the story is great. And the gameplay is pretty cool too. Though I do kind of wish there were more runic abilities, like more runic heavies. Because I think I only ever find like 2 for each weapon, which really sucks.
Come on, there's my uncle.
New to Riverwood? If you're looking for work, go see Hod at the mill.
No thanks.
Uncle Halvar, hello.
Oh God!
Hadvar, what are you doing here? Are you on leave from shores, bones? What happened to you, boy? Are you in some
Uncle,
kind
please,
of trouble?
keep your voice down. I'm fine, but we should go inside to talk.
What's going on? And who's this?
Hi, Byrnjolf
He's a
Norden.
friend. Saved my life, in fact. Come on, I'll explain everything, but we need to go inside.
Okay, come inside then. Sigrid will get you something to eat, and you can tell me all about it.
A dragon! I saw a dragon!
What?
What is it now, Mother?
It was as big as the mountain and black as night. It flew right over the barrel.
Dragons now, is it? Please, Mother. If you keep on like this, everyone in town will think you're crazy. And I've got better things to do than listen to more of your fantasies.
You'll see. It was a dragon. It'll kill us all, and then you'll believe me.
Sigrid, we have company.
No, hi.
Hadvar, we've been so worried about you. Come, you two must be hungry. Sit down and I'll get you something to eat.
Now then, boy, what's the big mystery? What are you doing here looking like you lost an argument with a cave bear?
I don't know where to start. You know I was assigned to General Tullius' guard. We were stopped in Helgen when we were attacked by a dragon.
A dragon? That's ridiculous. You aren't drunk, are you, boy?
Husband, let him tell his story.
Not much more to tell. This dragon flew over and just wrecked the whole place. Mass confusion. I don't know if anyone else got out alive. I doubt I'd made it out myself if not for my friend here. I need to get back to
what the hell?
Solitude
What the?
What's happened?
What?
I thought you could help us out.
Was it me?
Supplies a place to stay.
Of course. Any friend of Hadvar's is a friend of mine. I'm glad to help however I can. Like I said, I'm glad to help in any way I can. But I need your help. We need your help.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. It looks like you have a poltergeist in here. Is that the cheese that fell on the floor? Sure, I'll take everything you're offering. Ah, you're giving me a sweet roll? Thanks.
The Jarl needs to know if there's a dragon on the loose. Riverwood is defenseless. We need to get word to Jarl Balgruuf in Whiterun to send whatever soldiers he can. If you'll do that for me, I'll be in your debt.
Okay, well, how do I get to Whiterun from here?
Cross the river and then head north. You'll see it just past the falls. When you get to Whiterun, just keep going up. When you get to the top of the hill, you're at Dragon's Reach, the Jarl's palace.
What can you tell me about the Jarl?
Jarl Balgruuf. He rules Whiterun Hold. A good man, perhaps a bit overcautious, but these are dangerous times. So far, he's managed to stay out of the war. I'm afraid it can't last, though.
Which side in the war does he favor?
I don't think he likes either Ulfric or Elisif much. Who can blame him? But I've no doubt he'll prove loyal to the Empire in the end. He's no traitor.
Who's Elisif?
Ah, I forget you're new to Skyrim. Jarl Elisif, I should say. Although only because she was married to Jarl Torik when he was murdered. Ulfric murdered Torik, you know. Walked right into his palace in Solitude and killed him. Shouted him to death, if you believe the stories.
This music does not fit this dialogue very well.
The Empire couldn't ignore that. Once the Jarls start killing each other, we're back to the bad old days.
What can you tell me about Riverwood?
Gerder's family first settled here as woodcutters a few generations ago. She and Hod run the mill. I make a decent living sharpening axes and fixing the sawmill.
Can I use your forge?
I see no harm in it, if you have the skill. The grindstone will improve your weapons. Use the table to improve your armor. If you've got the raw materials, you can use the forge to make something new.
Can I make myself the Blades of Chaos? Or better yet, the Leviathan axe? No? Okay. What do you think about the war?
People are rightly stirred up about the damn Thalmor being allowed to roam around arresting people, just for worshipping Talos. But was it worth tearing Skyrim apart, and maybe destroying the Empire? No. Ulfric will have a lot to answer for in the end. Nords have always supported the Empire, and the Empire has always been good for Skyrim.
Why are the Thalmor allowed to arrest people for worshipping Talos?
It's from that treaty that ended the Great War, remember? When the Emperor was forced by the Thalmor to outlaw Talos worship. We didn't pay much attention to it when I was a boy. Everyone still had their little shrine to Talos. But then, Ulfric and his Sons of Skyrim started agitating about it. Sure enough, the Emperor had to crack down, dragging people off in the middle of the night. One of the main causes of this war, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm. Did you really see a dragon? What did it look like? Did it have big teeth?
Well, I'd better get back to work. You two make yourselves at home.
It's nice to be back in a friendly spot, huh? Listen, I'm going to lay up here for a while. You can make your own way to Solitude from here. I'd recommend heading to Whiterun, just down the road from here. From there you can take a carriage to Solitude.
So how did you capture Ulfric?
A masterstroke by General Tullius. He's only been in charge here for a few months, but he's turned things around for the Empire. We've been trying to catch Ulfric since the war started, but he always seemed to slip through our fingers, like he knew we were coming. This time, the General turned the tables on him. Ulfric rode right into our ambush with only a few bodyguards. He surrendered pretty meekly too. So much for his death or glory reputation. I thought we were taking Ulfric back to Cyrodiil, but I guess the General changed his mind. You know the rest.
Why is the worship of Talos banned?
I guess that wasn't such a big deal elsewhere in the Empire, but here it's caused a lot of resentment. Native son and all that. Even I'll admit it hasn't been the Empire's finest hour. But it wasn't like the Emperor had any choice, did he? If he hadn't signed the peace treaty with the Thalmor, they would have destroyed the Empire. Then where would Skyrim be? That's the part that Ulfric's supporters always conveniently forget about. Unless the Empire stands together, the Thalmor will destroy us all. Be careful on the way to Solitude. Damn Stormcloaks could be anywhere.
I'll be taking your gold, thanks. Oh, guys, more reading! Gentleman's Guide to Whiterun by Mikhail the Bard. Welcome, good sir, to this indispensable guide. Within these pages, I, your humble author and guide, will describe to you the great city of Whiterun, the jewel of the north. Whiterun offers numerous diversions for the man in search of adventure, fortune, and companionship. Whether for a night or for a lifetime, the city is graced with not one, but 2 worthy taverns, and there are maids and wenches aplenty. The city is located rather centrally in Skyrim, and this is well, for it is not far from anywhere. Perched high upon a rocky hill, Whiterun dominates the grassy plains that surround it. High wooden walls protect its denizens from the wolves, mammoths, bandits, and other dangers lurking beyond. When you first enter through the city's main gate, you will find yourself in the Plains District. This is so named because it is the lowest of the city's 3 neighborhoods. But here can be found the Bannered Mare, which I count among the finest taverns in all Skyrim. The scenery within is quite compelling, if you have an eye for the fairer sex. A stout lass named Holda tends the bar. Don't let that stony Nord exterior fool you, for she is possessed of that same fiery passion that all Nord women try so hard to conceal. Sadia, the barmaid, is an exotic Redguard beauty. She is quite mysterious, and your humble author is determined to learn her secrets. Outside the bannered mare is a modest marketplace, and here is where I find true love, though I would never deter a fellow hunting hound from the chase, for indeed, why should I, author of these tomes, if not to provide guidance in this very matter? I must ask that you do me this one kindness. Her name is Carlotta Valencia, and she is a magnificent beauty who makes a modest living selling bread and produce in the daylight hours. By the gods, I will make that feisty beauty mine someday. Oh god, good luck with that. Feel sorry for Carlotta. I didn't even realize she was in this book. Does she even give permission to be name dropped? And of course, there are other services to be found in the Plains District. Bellathor's General Goods offers various and sundry wares for the adventurous traveler, and Arcadia's Cauldron offers what tonics and herbs one would expect from an apothecary's shop. Arcadia herself is an amiable sort. I often visit her to make conversation, as she is a fellow Imperial far from home. She is, however, a bit old for my taste. A gentleman of advanced years might find in her a worthy companion. Well, I hope none of these women have read these books. Have read this book, I mean. He's probably going to get beaten on a lot. He's going to get a few smacks to the face, isn't he? Should you need your blade sharpened or your armor hammered, War Maidens offers smithing services very near the main gate. The smith is a pretty Nord named Adriana Avenici. Wait a minute. What? I thought her father was a Breton. Because don't they accuse him of not being a Nord? But she is married to a great hulking brute named Ulfberth Warbear. I didn't realize she was married. Huh. I thought they were just work partners. Adriana is quite fair, but I should not want to find myself being introduced to the keen edge of that husband's war axe. If married ladies are your preferred sport, then have at it, but don't say that you weren't warned. Near the smith is the Drunken Huntsman. Here some of the wealthier gentlemen gather to share both drink and rumors of the wide world. If you prefer a more distinguished class of company, while you sip fine wine, you'll be well at home here. Of the Wind District, I have little to say. Most of the buildings in the second tier of the city are residences, though there is also the Temple of Kinnereth and Jorvaskr, the meat hall of the companions. There are some intriguing prospects to be found in the meat hall, should you favor a strong and fearless warrior woman. You will find little game at the temple, however. The priestess, Danica Purespring, is interested almost exclusively in spiritual matters. At last we come to the Cloud District, exclusive domain of the Jarl's castle. I've had some merry adventures within the stone walls of Dragon's Reach. Let me tell you. The serving girls are most easily impressed by a well-spoken Imperial. After all, the nights in Skyrim do grow quite cold, if you take my meaning. And I will not deny that I have visited the town's jail once or twice, which can be found in the lower levels of the palace. As for the Jarl and his court, take pains to avoid them. I find that they lack any sense of humor or appreciation for the imperial culture. Besides which, they are all wealthy men, and so must be viewed as more as your most serious competition. These Nords are simple folk, after all, and too easily swayed by the sight of fine clothes and a purse full of septims. Now I will conclude this work by wishing you great success in your pursuits of women and women and wine. Spare a moment in your revels to think of me, your humble author, and the risks I have taken to bring you this most thorough report on all thing of interest to the discerning gentleman in the grand city of Whiterun. Ah, but I will not lie and say that it was all a hardship. After all, who could want to sleep alone in such a cold and hard land as this? Not I. I guess I can take it.
What the rebels like to forget is that the Empire is what's keeping the Dominion out of Skyrim.
Good to know. I don't want Jem'Hadar everywhere here. Hey, got anything interesting around here?
Make yourself at home.
Hi.
I'm spoken for, you know, so don't get any ideas.
Jeez, woman. Calm down. I just want to know, how do I get to Whiterun from here?
Just follow the road north. When you get to Hunningbrew Meadery, turn left and the road will take you to the city gates. It's not far. We used to go to the market there every month or so until the roads got so dangerous with the war and all.
Dangerous, you say? Well, I better be careful. What do you think about the war, though?
I just hope the war doesn't come to Riverwood. There's enough trouble in the world without those Stormcloaks stirring up more. Good day.
How you doing, kid?
Papa says I'm too friendly with strangers. But you seem alright.
Well, you should listen to your father more. Not all
Keep an eye
strangers
out
can be
for trouble. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah, be sure you do as well. Keep an eye on that kid when she's talking to strangers. What's that? Oh, that was the mill. What the? Hey, you alright though, pal? I'm gonna take these.
Take
Whoa!
what you need, my friend. Within reason, of course.
Yes, sir. What?
May the gods watch over your battles, friend.
Need any help around the forge?
Yes, actually. How about you smith me an iron dagger? Here's everything you need to make one. Go ahead.
Alright.
Not too shabby. Apprentice level work, but solid. Keep at it. Whatever you need. Not bad, but it's a little dull. How about you sharpen it up? Just need a bit of metal and the grindstone over there.
Alright.
All right, then.
The dagger.
Ironers. This looks good. You put time into your blades. They'll serve you well when you need them. You want to keep helping? How about you make some armor? Let's start by tanning some leather on the rack. Aye.
Alright. So leather, that's what I need. I think it was this one you wanted me to do because I didn't kill a deer.
I could forge you a war hammer. Ah, good. A lot of weapons and armor need leather for straps, fittings, that kind of thing. Let's see if you can make a hide helmet. Here's the rest of what you need. Mm-hmm.
Where'd hide be under? Oh, wait. Under the hide one, obviously. Wait, no, come back.
Yes? Huh. I should hire you to be my assistant at this rate. Let's improve the fit. Take this leather to the workbench over there. Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Whatever you need. You have talent. Keep working at your craft, and you'll be a fine smith one day. Why don't you keep that dagger and helmet? Maybe you'll remember me when you're making Skyforged steel, huh?
Is it just me or did my
All right. You looking for a new blade?
or did my skill set not go up? I could okay, it does go up a little bit. Okay, let's go in here.
Well, one of us has to do something.
I said no. No adventures, no theatrics, no thief chasing.
Well, what are you going to do then, huh? Let's hear it.
We are done talking about this. Oh, a customer. Sorry you had to hear that.
Maybe you could talk some sense into my pig-headed brother.
All right.
Well, I don't know what you overheard, but the Riverwood Trader is still open. Feel free to shop. The Riverwood Trader is everything you need in a general store.
Did something happen?
Yeah, we did have a bit of a break-in. We still have plenty to sell. Robbers were only after one thing. An ornament, solid gold in the shape of a dragon's claw.
Well, I could hope you get the claw back.
You could? I've got some coin coming in from my last shipment. It's yours if you bring my claw back. Now, if you're going to get those thieves, you should head to Bleak Falls Barrow, northeast of town. Yes. So now you don't have to go, do you?
Oh, really? Well, I think your new helper here needs a guide.
No, by the 8, fine. But only to the edge of town. The sooner you find the trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Okay, let's see here. Okay. Ooh, an amulet of the Bella. Oh yeah, I could probably use that, but I don't really have anything. I don't have any gold. I have nothing. Not even a child. Do I need a dagger? God, it's worthless. I don't need a dagger. I'd rather keep the Imperial armor I have. Yeah, I'll sell that. I don't need a ring. Or a necklace. That I need to give to Sophia. No, I don't want to sell any of that.
We have to go through town and across the bridge to get to Bleak Falls Barrow. You can see it from here, though. The mountain just over the buildings. Those thieves must be mad hiding out there. Those old crypts are filled with nothing but traps, trolls, and who knows what else.
Well, I can confirm that there are no trolls in there, but there are skeevers, traps, and bandits, as well as Draugr.
I wonder why they
bats.
only stole Lucan's golden claw. I mean, we have plenty of things in the shop that are worth just as much coin. Lucan found the claw about a year after he opened the store. He never quite explained where he got it. He's a tricky one.
I'm right here. Keep going.
This is the bridge out of town. The path up the mountain to the northwest leads to Bleak Falls Barrow. I guess I should get back to my brother. He'll throw a fit if I take too long. Such a child. Mara bless you for agreeing to help us.
How much further do I have to walk?
Well, it's a winding road up the mountain just ahead. You'll know you're in the right place once you spot the old watchtower. Once you get to the tower, head north. Bleak Falls Barrow should be just around the corner further up. Good luck. Lucan and I will be waiting for you back in the shop.
Yeah, don't worry about that right now. I have to get to the inn here real quick.
Orgnar. Orgnar, are you listening?
Hard not to.
The ale is going bad. We need to get a new batch. Did you hear me?
Yep, ale's going bad.
I guess you don't have potatoes in your ears after all. Just make sure we get a fresh batch in soon.
So Spen has a new hairstyle. Wait, didn't she come in here? Oh, there she is. I don't want to spend any gold yet. Do I even have any ale on me? I do have honey brew mead and...
You're kind of fuzzy. What's wrong with you? Got any ale or mead?
Yeah, it's a some Nord mead. Here, take it.
Yeah.
Enjoy yourself, pal. Can I go back inside here?
Take what you need, my friend. Within reason, of course.
8 hours seem okay. 6:30. It's still a bit dark out, but we're good. Are there mud crabs over here? Oh god. I see that sound is still there. Are mud crabs over here? Die! Oh god, that sound. Hello, dear. Where's that a knock? Get over here. Oh, there's wolves over here as well, huh? Come here. He had a garnet on him. There's the giant all the way down there, being attacked by the companions. Gentlemen? Good thing I'm wearing this Imperial uniform. Now, can I help them? Yep.
Must have scared him off.
What are you doing that for?
You handle yourself well. You could make for a decent shield, brother.
What is a shield, brother?
An outsider, eh? Never heard of the Companions? An order of warriors. We are brothers and sisters in honor. And we show up to solve problems if the coin is good enough.
Can I join you?
Not for me to say. You'll have to talk to Kodlak Whitemane up in Jorvaskar. The old man's got a good sense for people. He can look in your eyes and tell your worth. If you go to him, good luck.
You look strong. Come to your basket
Blood on the wind.
and be a companion.
Good hunt ahead of us.
Yeah, they all have new hairstyles.
Fight with us and you'll have stories to tell. Come up to your Vasker.
I kinda like her
if you're
ponytail.
worth anything in a fight.
Oh god. Hello?
What's on your mind?
Oh.
What? Where am I? My head. Oh, it's you! I mean, what? No, I've never seen you before. I have no idea who you are. It's not like I've been stalking you or anything.
That's a weird thing to say, okay. I'm gonna go now.
Wait! Don't leave. I'm injured. Yes, injured. You have to take me with you. Otherwise I might die and you wouldn't want that on your conscience.
You look alright to me.
Yeah, well, that's because... Okay, fine. If you take me with you, I will make it worth your while. You won't find anyone tougher than me in Skyrim. Not to mention as good looking.
You are quite modest then. Fine, welcome aboard.
Haha, you are so funny. I'm just being honest. And anyone who says otherwise is clearly jealous. Can you name someone better than me? I didn't think so. Anyway, thanks, I guess.
So if you are so tough and independent, why do you need my help?
I don't. I thought I would help you out.
I didn't ask for any help though.
Well, I was hoping you would kind of keep me company. Look, I know it sounds weird, but it's no fun on my own. You can tell me to leave if you want, but surely you can at least give me a chance?
So, why were you out here on your own, and why do you stink of booze?
Am I not allowed out on my own now? I had a little too much to drink. So what? I guess I must have passed out. I hope I didn't cause too much trouble. Actually, I'm not really that bothered.
Are you alright?
Of course I'm alright. Don't start fuzzing over me. I'm more than capable of handling myself.
Well, that's the thing. What happened to your clothes?
What? I have no idea. My memory is a little fuzzy. If you happen to have any, I would appreciate it. Oh, and stop staring at my body. It's like you've never seen a semi-naked woman before.
Well, where do you want me to take you?
I don't know. I'll just go wherever you are going. I will repay your kindness by fighting alongside you. Surely that's an offer you can't refuse. I'm here if you ever need me. Oh, I haven't introduced myself, have I? My name is Sofia, but you probably already knew that. I'm quite well known in Skyrim, although sometimes I'm not sure if it's for the right reasons. I kind of see myself as an adventurer, although it's no fun without anyone to witness my heroic deeds, such as... Well, I'm sure there's probably something. I like to get drunk, kill stuff, and be a nuisance. So, what about you?
My name is Byrnjolf Norden, and I'm a stranger to Skyrim.
Well, then it must be your lucky day, as I know Skyrim like the back of my hand. Of course, I have many other talents, so be sure to let me know if you need me.
Okay, well...
Do you have something to say?
I would like to train something for you.
Yippee! I love holding people's junk.
Don't worry, this will be useful for you. Okay, you can have... You can have that. Those and those. And, have a shield too. Sure, you don't really need it, but I should probably give you a bow at some point.
Let's not hang around then.
Let's get rid of that quest tracker, because I have a feeling it's going to end up getting really annoying. Speak to the companions, talk to the Jarl, drink the golden claw.
So you're off to see the Jarl of Whiterun then? They wouldn't let me into Dragon's Reach. Apparently I wasn't important enough. But with you, I might get away with it. As long as they don't remember that incident when a criminal escaped because I was distracting the guards.
Huh? That's kind of an interesting duo.
I love
Sophia and
teasing guys.
Armor.
After I went bear hunting one day, I asked the hunter if he wanted to see my bare chest. I showed him the pelt of the bear I just killed and pointed to its chest. Ah, you should have seen the disappointment on his face.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Oh, that poor guy. What do we have here? Hello there.
Fortune smiles upon this meeting.
Well, I clearly heard that you've been running into trouble along the road.
It is all in this note.
Hmm. Okay. So why sell your goods in Skyrim?
An astute question, for we are far from home, and this is a cold, hard land. The wise trader finds the best opportunities, even if he must travel far to find them. Skyrim is a ripe opportunity indeed. The dragons and the war have scared many other traders away, but for those with courage, there is much profit to be made.
I'm curious about your homeland.
The Kharid hail from a distant land called Elsewhere, bordered on the north by Cyrodiil, and the south by the glistening blue waters of the sea. Elsewhere is an arid land of deserts and rocky canyons, where the sun shines warmly, always. There are cities so ancient, the sands have swallowed them whole. But now I will say no more, for I miss my home greatly. Take a look.
Oh my god, it looks like he has a smile on his face. Clearly happy that I wanted to look at his wares. A quark bulb arrow? What the hell is a quark bulb arrow? Sorry, pal.
May your road lead you to warm sands.
That's so wet out. Hello there.
Need something? Unlike the rest of my family, I've got work to do.
Okay.
Halt. City's closed with the dragons about. Official business only.
Well, I see news travels fast. I have news from Helgen about the dragon attack.
Fine. But we'll be keeping an eye on you.
They say Helgen got hit by a dragon. One of those horrors comes here. We'll be ready.
We'll pay whatever it takes, but we must have more swords for the Imperial soldiers.
I just can't fill an order that size on my own. Why don't you swallow that stubborn pride of yours and ask Yorland Greymane?
So, what do I have to do to get a drink around here? Actually, I don't think I want to know.
Would never make steel for the Legion.
Have it your way. I'll take the job, but don't expect a miracle. Got some good pieces out here if you're looking to buy. More inside.
What have you got for sale?
Take a look.
Now I'm just kind of looking at stuff. A Warhammer of Dismay. You work at the forge all day.
Aye, that I do. I've got to, if I hope to be as good as Yorland Greymane someday. In fact, I just finished my best piece of work. It's a sword. I made it for the Jarl, Balgruf the Greater. It's a surprise. I don't even know if he'll accept it, but... Listen, could you take the sword to my father, Proventus Avenici? He's the Jarl's steward. He'll know the right time to present it to him.
Sure, I'll do it.
Thanks.
So, what can you tell me about Whiterun?
Plenty. I'd say we're prosperous enough. Most folk don't go hungry, if they're willing to work hard. The city's ruled by the Jarl up in Dragon's Reach. That's the fortress there, up on the tall hill. But you're probably more interested in your Vasker, Mead Hall of the Companions. Their deeds of war and valor are legendary. Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
I really hope the, Okay, Sergeant Narthal. So, yeah, it looks like the mod did work, at least.
I don't claim to be the best blacksmith in Whiterun. Yorland Greymane's got that.
I'm gonna go talk to your husband for a moment.
Welcome to War Maidens. Now don't let the name worry you. We got plenty of steel for fighting men. We've got small weapons as well as big. Maces, daggers, that sort of thing. Looking to protect yourself or deal some damage?
Who forges your arms and armor?
Adrienne, at her forge, just outside. Place is named after her. War Maidens. It's a childhood nickname given by her father. What I hear, she was playing with swords even back then. Anyway, our wares are strong and the price is fair. What else matters?
Who's in charge of Whiterun?
That'll be the Jarl, Balgruf the Greater. He's an honorable enough man. Never done wrong by me or my kin. Things are tough for him now, I'd wager. What with the fighting and the dragons. But Balgruf's a tough old Nord. He can handle it. Good doing business with you.
Do you know
Ah, hello, my Nord friend. In the market for some hunting supplies?
Find a beggar and pay them to harass people. They are so desperate for money that they will do almost anything. It can be very entertaining to watch.
What? What were you talking about? What have you got for sale?
Bows and arrows for the mighty huntsman.
Ah. They also have handheld weapons as well. I do have some gold. I can get a steel sword if I wanted. The Imperial bow is better, it looks like. I have a lockpick. Why the drunken huntsman?
Yes, I hear that question often. My brother Honorius and I came up with it one night after consuming rather too much mead. After our drinks, we went out for a moonlight hunt. We got separated, and in his drunken state, my brother mistook me for a deer. He shot an arrow that pierced my, well, rump. After such a memorable adventure, we knew we had the name for our shop.
Who should I talk to for work?
Try Hulda, the innkeeper at the Bannered Mare. It's just up the road near the market. You should check in at Dragon's Reach too. There's so much going on these days. The Jarl or his steward might have need of help. Thank you very much for your business.
Oh,
Blade and shadow, silence and death. These are my arts. For a modest fee, I'll make great art for you.
Well met, kinsman. Well met, kinsman. What brings you to Whiterun?
Well, I'm here to help. In any way I can.
Truly? By sure, this city could use more like you. Best head up to Dragon's Reach then, and see the Jarl. He's Lord of Whiterun, and can set you on the path.
You live here?
Aye, that I do. Half all my life. We Battleborns have been here since the beginning, along with the Greymanes. Our family's been close as kin for generations, but Ulfric Stormcloak's uprising has divided us. Now, seems we can scarce look at each other without coming to blows. Petty and foolish, that. They are saying dragons have returned to Skyrim. Now that's a real problem.
Any place I can find work?
Ain't sure if they're taking on new members, but you should talk to the companions. They're over in their hall, Norvasker. If by work, you mean testing your steel in bloody battle.
Can I get a drink?
Ah, the most important question of all, that one. You'll want the bannered mare. See old Hulda? She'll keep you swimming in mead. But mind the bard, Mikael. Poncy little milk drinker, that one.
Yes, I've read his book.
Ah, man gives bards a bad name. We Nords have a long history as warrior poets. I am proud to count myself among them. But Mikael, he sings only for gold and the affections of wenches. He dishonors our traditions.
Well, he's not a Nord, though, so should be fine.
May your sword be sharp, and your tongue sharper.
To the market.
I'm here to buy food, Nazim. I suppose you don't need to worry about that.
Owning a farm does have its advantages.
All crafted by the great Eorlund, Grey Mane himself.
Brigands I can handle. This talk of dragons, world gone mad, I say.
Life's hard enough with all these men propositioning me. But that bard is the worst.
Let me guess.
That bard Mikael is begging for a dagger up against his throat, the way he goes on about me. I heard him boasting at the bannered mare, saying he'll conquer me as a true Nord conquers any harsh beast.
They wouldn't taste as good as a loaf of fresh-baked pumpernickel.
What if I talk to him?
If you want to try, go right ahead. I don't think anything will get through that thick skull of his, though.
You get a lot of attention from men.
You've got no idea. Half the men in Whiterun have proposed to me. Some were even single. They'll never understand. No amount of flowers or honeyed words are going to change my mind. Right now, all that matters is my daughter Mila. No man's going to get between me and my little girl. Remember, I use fresh fruit and vegetables every day.
Storm is terrible.
Why shouldn't I? Just because I'm a Grey Mane doesn't mean I can't earn my own keep. I didn't mean... I'm sorry I asked.
I clearly
What's
missed
the
some.
matter? You can't stand the sight of a strong Nord woman?
The finest cuts, fresh from the wilds.
Come on in. Let me know if you need anything.
Strong Nord woman. Oh my God, it's so woke. Hey, you.
If it's a lady you're looking for, you best look elsewhere. Once Mikael gets them, they're got.
You need to leave Carlotta Valentia alone. You need to leave Carlotta alone.
Carlotta put you up to this, didn't she? I'm sorry, but that fiery widow is mine. She just doesn't know it yet.
She's not yours. Stop this nonsense.
What did you just say? All I heard was a sound of jealousy.
You know what? Leave her alone or else.
I don't have to take that from you.
Let's see what you're made
Don't let him get away with this.
You know how to throw a punch, I'll give you that.
Leave Carlotta alone, or this gets worse.
You win. On my honor, Carlotta won't have to worry about me ever again.
Good.
I'm a bard by trade.
So where did you learn to play?
There's a whole college up in Solitude where they teach the arts. Song, lute playing, poetry. I studied there myself. Had to leave over a misunderstanding with a head mistress. Well, more a misunderstanding with her husband.
Oh dear. Well, what do you do around here?
I'm a bard. Trained at the Bard's College in Solitude. Wanderers like you should think about applying. Some parting advice? Women love sonnets.
Okay. I don't know if I want to pick a fight with her yet. That really took down a lot of my health. Hello.
If it's work you need, how about chopping up some wood for the fires?
Well, have you heard any rumors lately?
I assume you saw the Gildergreen? Big tree all burnt up in the middle of the Wind District? It's part of the Temple of Kinnareth. People want Danica to do something about it, but I don't know what they expect. Have you seen that Shrine of Asura? They say the Dark Elves built it after they fled from Morrowind. Sight to see.
It's actually quite a fun quest.
People say there is someone in Riften that can change your face, make you look completely different. Do you believe that? The companions? In Jorvaskr? They're recruiting new members from what I hear.
We're gonna learn more about magic.
Magic is for the weak. Elves, I mean.
Seriously?
They keep to that college in Winterhold. They know their place. Of course, there is Farengar. He might be the Jarl's wizard, but at least he's a Nord. Here, take a look at this. Some of the Jarl's men came by and left this bounty letter. Need anything else? Just let me know.
If you need more food or drink, speak to Hulda. Now please, no more questions.
Hey, I forgot to read some of those notes.
And what of my son? Hmm? What of Thorald? Is he nothing? So don't talk to me about suffering.
Your son chose his side and he chose poorly, and now he's gone. Such is the way of war. The sooner you accept his loss, the better.
The finest cuts,
Never
fresh from the
accept his
wilds.
death. My son still lives. I feel it in my heart. So tell me, Battleborns, where is he? Where are you holding my Thorald?
Come on, father. There's nothing more to be said here.
Had enough of fish and fowl. Treat yourself.
Your father isn't even here, dude.
Cut of steak or a tender rack of ribs.
Books. Okay, so that's gonna be hard. I forgot about that. The roads have been unkind to this one, plagued by outlaws along the route from Whiterun to Markarth. Guards travel with Rasad, yes, but they are ill-equipped to deal with ones such as these. They wield strange golden weapons and wearing gleaming armor. Rasad has read of such things only in stories. Their encampment is found just west of North Brittleshin Pass. Each time they set upon us, they shout, "The Saints would like to browse your wares today." Oh, the Saints! Am I gonna get to meet the boss? What about Pierce? Is he gonna be there? Actually, who I really want to meet is Johnny Gat. The brutes steal mostly trinkets and oddities, no matter how cheap this one knows them to be. Then they allow Rasad to go on his way. Rasad has not yet fought back. While it has harmed this one's coin purse, it is not worth a life. Rasad has heard of another gang patrolling the roads further north, calling themselves the Seducers. They are known for their menacing dark armor. Skyrim grows more perilous by the day. They are known to camp along the road west of Fort Castav. This one would pay handsomely to any who would help. Rasad fears for any who might come to harm at the hands of these worrisome pests. Damn, what was that bounty? Bounty! By order of Balgruuf the Greater, to all able-bodied men and women of Whiterun, the bandits located in Valtheim Keep have been harassing, robbing, and attacking citizens and visitors. A reward will be offered to anyone who kills their leader. Equipentus Avinci. I had a thought. Hang on. No, not food. Potions. Can I... What if I bind this to 5 here? Can I... Does that mean I could use it?
Trinkets for your good lady, all crafted by the great Eorlan, the Grey Mane himself.
Do you get to the Cloud District very often? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you don't.
You should go to the temple and see a healer right away. It can't be healthy having your head stuck so far up your own backside.
John, I don't have to take this from the last spy the two of you talked about.
Lest you forget whatever you think you saw.
I know your family's honor is important to you, but we can't afford it.
It took me
Well
weeks
met,
to find
kinsman.
I can't stop now, but I can't get the sword on my own.
So you're willing to
So much
starve
drama.
your wife and daughter to reclaim some rusty old sword?
I just need to hire 1, maybe 2 good men. I won't starve.
I'll put it plainly. You can claim your sword, or you can keep your wife. If you set foot outside that gate, I won't be here when you return.
Saphir! Wait, You tried mercenary work? It might suit you.
So, what were you two arguing about?
My Saphir doesn't like that I've been spending so much time looking for my father's old sword. He fed his entire family with the gold he made using that weapon. I'm not about to let it gather dust in some thief's trophy room.
You need help finding the sword.
I tracked it to a group of bandits nearby, but I'm no fool. I'd need the Whiterun guards or maybe hire the companions to get it. I don't know why I'm saying this, but if you find it out in your travels, I'd be grateful to you. If you find that sword, please bring it to me.
My friend Olava, the seer, she says things will get better for me once I start sticking up for myself.
Having trouble.
Yes, Braith bullies me all the time. All the elders think I'm a milk drinker because I can't fight. Nobody understands. If you can get Braith to leave me alone, I'll be your best friend. Forever. I'll pay you 2. My whole life savings. 2 septims.
Go talk to this girl.
Oh, good. She'll listen to you. I just know it.
Children.
Nonsense fool you. You will grow up to be a weak coward that everyone jokes about. You don't need a psychic to tell you that.
Go away.
Oh my god.
Boys, girls, dogs, elders. There's nobody I won't fight.
You need to stop bullying this kid.
Yeah? Why?
I don't like any of these options. Like, I'm his bodyguard. Mess with him, you mess with me.
Okay, I'll leave him alone. I was just kidding around. Besides, if he'd only kiss me, I wouldn't have to beat him up all the time. We done?
Another 8 years or so, and we will see who is afraid.
I don't have to take that from you.
Oh my god, she's just shit talking all these kids. I'm guessing he's inside here right now, so...
Storm cloaks, imperials, dragons. Ain't no matter to me what I kill. Let them come.
J. Oop. Yeah, I don't think I can do that yet. I think they're too tough right now. Got to talk to Carlotta.
Damn those gray mains to oblivion. They want to back the storm close.
Ripe fruit and fresh vegetables for sale. Straight from the fields and orchards of Whiterun to your table.
How's his name pronounced? Mikhail? Well, he won't be bothering you anymore.
Really? You convinced that lute player to stop chasing me? I'd thank the gods, but I'll settle for thanking you. Here's some coin for your help. Remember,
Thank you.
fresh fruit and vegetables every day.
You tried mercenary work? It might suit you.
Here, have a gold piece.
Oh, thank you. Divines, bless your kind heart. Bye.
Helgen, destroyed by a dragon. Hard to believe, isn't it?
Deserve our praise, you do.
Not really.
For we are one.
That was there.
Palestine
I can believe it.
Greymane and I were best friends as children. If I see that traitor again, I'll throw him in jail myself.
Jesus. Calm down, dude.
Old friend. Patron of the great clan Battle.
Once I've made enough money trading with the Khajiit caravans, I'm going to buy the bannered mare from Hulda.
You looking to become a merchant?
Before my ma and Da passed, I told them that one day, I'd become the best trader in Skyrim. I met one of the caravan leaders, Madran. He said he'd help me get started if I could bring him a mammoth's tusk. Easier said than done.
Well, maybe I can help you.
You'd do that? If you find one, I could teach you a thing or two about trading. Help you get a fair bargain in the future?
So what do you know of the Khajiit?
About the same as everyone else. They're the catfolk of elsewhere. Great warriors, good traders. Way I hear it, elsewhere ain't nothing like Skyrim. It's got tropical forests and dusty badlands. It sounds awful.
I thought it was all just desert. I thought that's what the caravan leader told me. You mentioned trading caravans.
Yeah, these Khajiit make a living traveling the roads and selling their wares. It's got to be tough. Skyrim's a hard enough land when you've got a roof over your head. Worst thing is, nobody wants them in the cities. Nobody trusts them.
Why not?
Reputation mostly. A lot of Khajiit turn to smuggling and thievery to get by. A few bad apples spoil the bunch. You know how it is. Farewell.
Damn those Greymanes. Well, there's no telling what it means. My lord, please. This is
What's
no
the
time
meaning
for
of this
rationing.
interruption? Jarl Balgruuf is not receiving visitors.
I have news from Helgen about the dragon attack.
Well, that explains why the guards let you in. Come on then. The Jarl will want to speak to you personally.
So, you were at Helgen. You saw this dragon with your own eyes?
Let's leave out the part that I was getting my head chopped off. The dragon destroyed Helgen, and last I saw it was heading this way.
By Isilmeriel was right. What do you say now, Proventus? Shall we continue to trust in the strength of our walls? Against the dragon?
My lord, we should send troops to Riverwood at once. It's in the most immediate danger. If that dragon is lurking in the mountains...
It's a provocation. He'll assume we're preparing to join Ulfric's side and attack him. We should not...
The guards in Skyrim are a miserable bunch. We risk life and limb slaying wolves, bandits, and a lot worse all day, and they complain about a single arrow in the knee.
Yes, my Jarl.
If you'll excuse me, I'll return to my duties.
That would be best. Well done. You sought me out on your own initiative. You've done Whiterun a service, and I won't forget it. Here, take this as a small token of my esteem. There is another thing you could do for me. Suitable for someone of your particular talents, perhaps. Come, let's go find Farengar, my court wizard. He's been looking into a matter related to these dragons and rumors of dragons.
Now where is it?
It takes a while to make a dress, Dagny. You have to be patient.
But I don't want to be patient. I want my dress right now. Father promised.
Oh my god.
All you ever do is complain about what you want. You're a spoiled baby.
I'm going to tell Father you said that. He'll tan your hide for sure.
Farengar, I think I found someone who can help you with your dragon project. Go ahead and fill him in with all the details.
So the Jarl thinks you can be of use to me. Oh yes, he must be referring to my research into the dragons. Yes, I could use someone to fetch something for me. Well, when I say fetch, I really mean delve into a dangerous ruin in search of an ancient stone tablet that may or may not actually be there.
Alright, where am I going and what am I fetching?
Straight to the point, eh? No need for tedious hows and whys. I like that. Leave those details to your betters, am I right? I, learned of a certain stone tablet said to be housed in Bleak Falls Barrow. A dragon stone, said to contain a map of dragon burial sites. Go to Bleak Falls Barrow, find this tablet, no doubt interred in the main chamber, and bring it to me. Simplicity itself.
Anything you can tell me about Bleak Falls Barrow?
An old tomb, built by the ancient Nords, perhaps dating back to the Dragon War itself. Ah, maybe you just want to know how to get there. It's near Riverwood, a miserable little village a few miles south of here. I'm sure some of the locals can point you in the right direction once you get there.
How do you know the stone tablet is in Bleak Falls Barrow?
Well, you must preserve some professional secrets, mustn't you? I have my sources. Reliable sources.
Leave me out of your intrigues, Farengar. If you have something to say to the Jarl, say it with your own tongue.
What was going on in the background? How do you enchant weapons and armor?
Ah, student of the craft. You'll need to start by learning an enchantment. Take an enchanted weapon or piece of armor, then use the arcane enchanter to learn its secrets. The item is destroyed in the process, so be wary. Once you know an enchantment, you'll need a filled soul gem and something to enchant. You'll use the arcane enchanter for that too. Of course, I have everything you need for sale if you have the coin.
Tell me more about the Dragon War.
I'm not surprised you've never heard of it. Even I used to think it was just a myth. But not anymore. The Dragon War was a real event, although only the barest glimmer of the actual events has come down to us. Far back in the Mythic era, the dragons were worshipped as gods in Skyrim. Many of the monumental ruins that still dot the landscape were in fact built as temples to the dragons. The details are lost, but at some point, the Nords rebelled. After a long and terrible war, the Nords overthrew their dragon overlords.
So, were all the dragons killed in the Dragon War?
Oh no. Many were killed, of course, but many survived into historical times. Why, this very palace was built by one of Balgruf's ancestors to hold a captive dragon. Hence its name, Dragon's Reach.
Are you the only wizard in Whiterun?
I believe I am, yes. Technically speaking, of course. The city is also home to a priest, priestess, an alchemist, and I'm sure others who practice. Ah, that reminds me. Speaking of alchemists, I have some frost salts for Arcadia. She asked me to obtain them for one of her potions. Would you be so kind as to deliver the frost salts for me? I'm sure Arcadia will provide some form of recompense.
I'll deliver the frost salts for you.
Good. You're clearly better suited than I am to carry out such a menial task.
Have you encountered any dragons?
Sadly, no. My work affords me few opportunities for such an adventure. Perhaps some hero will bring one to Dragon's Reach, like old Olaf one I once did. What a fascinating conversation that would be.
So what are the duties of a court wizard?
I'll put it simply so you'll understand. I advise the Jarl in matters of magic. If the Hold is faced with any threats or mysteries of a magical nature, I am called upon to explain things and suggest a course of action. Hopefully that answer will satisfy you. Good day.
This is a priority now. Anything we can use to fight this
Oh,
dragon
sorry.
or dragons. We need
Forgot
it
he was still
quickly,
here.
before it's too late.
Of course, Jarl Balgruf. You seem to have found me an able assistant. I'm sure he will prove most useful.
Damn it.
Succeed at
All this
this,
walking is
and
giving
you'll
me
be rewarded. Whiterun will be in your debt.
Didn't I?
Yes, you said that out loud, love.
Oh, I thought you were already on way to Bleak Falls Barrow.
Well, I wanna... Oh, I could use that enchantment, since I'm using magic a lot right now. I don't have a soul gem, though.
What are you still doing here? I had you figured for a mage. I think you'll appreciate this.
Oh, Jesus. Damn, why are your things so expensive? Oh, that would be all my gold gone. Let's grab this.
Off to Bleak Falls Barrow with you. The Jarl is not a patient man. Neither am I, come to think of it.
Well, you should be patient. Train weighs 1% faster. Okay. Well. Alright. Fine. What do you know? I leveled. Okay, so... Stamina's good, but so is health. Let's go with health first. 20% more damage. 20% more damage. Increased armor rating. Let's go with the armor rating for now. Oh, whoops. Where's the one guy? Excuse me. Pardon me.
Another wanderer, here to lick my father's boots. Good job.
Trust
Excuse me?
It will be him doing any licking. Ugh, whatever, just go and play with your dollies like a good little boy.
Get away from me.
The Jarl is, as you can imagine, very busy. Perhaps I can assist you.
I have a sword for you. From your daughter.
From Adrian? Ah, this must be that weapon for the Jarl. Poor girl. So eager to prove herself. I'll present it to Balgruf when his mood is agreeable. Thank you. Please, take these few coins for services rendered.
Awesome.
Enjoy your visit to Dragon's Reach.
I already know a bit about the history. There's the unusual gem over here. Gonna need to avoid stealing anything. I didn't do anything. I know I know it didn't say steal on it, but still. Better be safe than sorry. Okay, next place I want to go to is the dungeon. There's something down there I think I want to look at.
I can get away with anything in Skyrim. I just act all cute and innocent, and the guards turn a blind eye. Not that I'm a bad person or anything. Most of the time.
Be glad you're here in the city and not out in Riverwood. Those poor sods don't even have a wall.
This supposed to... Why would I be able to steal that? Is there a note around here somewhere? Really? I remember there being a note over here in the last time I played. Is that a mod? Yeah, that was a mod. What was it doing over here then? Huh. Oh well. You have a book open here. Fucker attacks. Well, don't want to accidentally steal anything.
So the Jarl wants you to go to Bleak Falls Barrow to retrieve some ancient artifact? Sounds like my kind of adventure. Although I'm a little worried about the Draugr. I doubt my feminine beauty is going to cut it with those guys. I doubt they even have any... You know, the difference between a man and a woman.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be like the first thing to go. Well, one of the first things to go. So, does anyone know why there's a skeleton down here?
Welcome, child.
I heard something happened to the tree at the temple.
The Gildergreen, yes. It's a bit of an eyesore at the moment. More of a problem for the pilgrims than for me, but not many of them around anymore.
What's so special about this tree?
To the east of here is a hidden grove where the Eldergleam resides. It's the oldest living thing in Skyrim, maybe all of Tamriel. Our tree here in the city was grown from a cutting of that tree. You can still feel the glory of the mother tree through it. Even its name is an echo.
Is there any way to revive the tree?
I've thought about that. Trees like this never really die, they only slumber. I think if we had some of the sap from the parent tree, we could wake up its child. But even if you could get to the Eldergleam, you couldn't tap it. Not with any normal metal.
Okay, well, what kind of weapon would work?
Eldergleam is older than metal, from a time before men or elves. To even affect it, you have to tap into the old magic. You'll have to deal with the Hagravens. I've heard about the weapon they've made for sacrificing Spriggans. It's called Nettlebane. The hags terrify me, or I would have gone after it myself.
Sure I can't find any Vanguard goddesses? I hear they deal in old magic. Well, okay, I'll get the Nettlebane for you.
Your spirit is strong. Kinareth's winds will guide your path. It's held in a Hagraven nest called Orphan Rock.
Oh god, what's happening to you? Sophia, are you alright?
You look tired, friend. The Banned Mare has paid for it.
You're someone who can get things done. I like that.
You look rather pale.
What?
Could be
Oh,
ataxia. It's quite a problem back home in Cyrodiil. Pardon me, but do I detect a case of the rattles? I've got something for that.
The rattles. Oh, I have some frost salts for you from Farengar.
Ah, splendid, splendid. It's for a special brew I'm working on. A love elixir like none other. Maybe I'll test it on Farengar first. Oh, but I suppose you expect some compensation. Here. These potions should suffice.
Alright. So, you're a healer.
Of a sort. I don't have formal training in the restoration school, but something just as good. Within these walls, I have all that I need to brew a potion for nearly any ailment. If I had a septum for every case of rock joint or whitbane I've cured since I opened this shop, I'd be a rich woman indeed. Come back anytime if you need a remedy.
I hate that pompous rat guard who wanders around Whiterun boasting. If he mentions the Cloud District one more time, then I'm going to get one of the vegetables from his farm and ram them up his... Sorry, I was going off on a rant again, wasn't I?
Yeah, it's fine. Especially when it comes to that guy.
Got some good pieces out here if you're looking
Yes,
to buy.
Housecorp.
More inside.
We'll leave immediately.
It's just us against the dragon. Is that it?
I can't afford to send anyone else, and we don't know where the dragon is. Your main job will be to keep an eye out and get the people to safety if the town is attacked. I don't expect the three of you to fight off the dragon by yourselves, but I do expect you to do your duty.
Of course. We'll keep Riverwood safe. You can count on it. Let's move out. Time's a wasting.
Good luck out there.
Heard about you and your honeyed words.
Already? I didn't know my words were so honey. If they were, I wouldn't have had to beat up that bard. So there's two ways to go. There's the way over there, on the other side of this part of the mountain. It's near where the giants are over there. And then there's that other way we were shown. They're running. You alright, sir?
How can I help a brother Nord?
What's going on over here? Elves.
what they sing about you? Perhaps you could show me what really happens when a Dragonborn comes?
What? What are you talking about? So what's with all these dirty thoughts in your head? Oh my god. We gotta have my weapons equipped. Oh, is that sound finally gone? It's better. At least the rain has finally stopped. I think I see him right over there. I didn't even get him. Okay, I wish I knew where... Did he just dodge? Seriously. There we go. Oh god. Okay. Take your gold, I'll take those arrows. Take the hunting bow because it's better. So, where did all my arrows go? Clearly I have terrible aim. I could roll down the mountain or something. Oh, well, here's some of them. Oh yeah, I was nowhere near. I should have aimed a little bit higher.
never should have
What
come
the?
here.
Hi.
So I can take this stuff.
Another iron shield. It's from gold. We got some iron armor here, which is actually worse than what I have. These are better though. I don't really need so much food. Those tomatoes look yummy though for some reason. Gold. Alright, so I can go to my weapons, favorite this, and remove that from my favorites. And then I'll put this as 3. There we go. Oh, it's so cold up here! Oh, there you are.
I hope you have a backup plan if you get caught.
I do not. Well, of course I do. Slash and burn. Isn't there a guy who walks around up there somewhere? Fuck. Ah, fuck. Wait, we haven't been caught yet. Why? Oh. Okay, where did my herbs go? There's one. There's another. Take your gold. Hop. Okay. So, turns out I still really suck at archery. I should probably give her a bow, huh?
What is it? Fine, but don't take advantage of me. At least not in that way.
There you go.
Time to move, I guess. The art of...
What? The art of what?
That dark elf wants to go on ahead and let him. Better than us, risking the neck.
What if Arvel doesn't come back? I want my share from that clone.
Just shut it. Keep an eye out for trouble.
Like that?
Time to end this little game.
Oh god, both of them right in the neck. Alright, I leveled up. Let's put this into stamina. I do want to use my bow more often. Good job. Snake. Snake. Will. I don't know if that's filled or not. Ooh, I can use that for disenchanting. The Thief by Revan. If the reader has not yet had the pleasure of reading the first volume in this series on the life of Eslef Errol, beggar, he should close this book immediately, for I shan't recap. I will tell you this much, gentle reader. When we last saw Eslef, he was a boy, an orphan, a failed beggar, running through the wild winter woods of Skyrim, away from his home of Errolgard. He continued running, stopping here and there for many more years, until he was a young man. Eslov discovered that among the ways of getting food, asking for it was the most troublesome. Far easier was finding it in the wilderness, or taking it from the unguarded market stalls. The only thing worse than begging to get food was begging for the opportunity to work for the money to buy it. That seemed needlessly complicated. No, as far as Eslov was concerned, he was best off being a scavenger, a beggar, and a thief. He committed his first act of thievery shortly after leaving Errolgard. While in the southern woods of Tamburkar, in the rugged land near Mount Jensen, just east of the village of Horbeld, Eslov was starving, having not eaten anything but a rather scrawny raw squirrel in 4 days, and he smelled meat cooking and then found the smoke. A band of minstrel bards was making camp. He watched them from the bushes as they cooked and joked and flirted and sang. He could have asked them for some food, but so many others had refused him before. Instead, he rushed out, grabbed a piece of meat from the fire, and, wincing from the burn, scrambled up the nearest tree to devour it, while the bard stood under him and laughed. "What is your next move, thief?" giggled a fair red-headed woman who was covered with tattoos. "How do you intend to disappear without us catching and punishing you?" As the hunger subsided, Eslov realized she was right. The only way to get out of the tree without falling in their midst was to take the branch down to where it hung over the creek. It was a drop off a cliff of about 50 feet. That seemed like the wisest strategy, so Eslov began crawling in that direction. "You do know how to fall, boy," called out a young Khajiit. But a few years older than Eslov, thin but muscular, graceful in his slightest movements. "If you don't, you should just climb down here and take what's coming to you. It's idiotic to break your neck when we just give you some bruises and send you on your way." "Of course I know how to fall," Eslov called back, but he didn't. He just thought the trick of falling was to have nothing underneath you and let nature take its course. But 50 feet up, when you're looking down, is enough to give anyone pause. "I'm sorry to doubt your abilities, Master Thief," said the Khajiit, grinning. "Obviously, you know to fall feet first with your body straight, but loose to avoid cracking like an egg. It seems you are destined to escape us." Eslov wisely followed the Khajiit's hints and leapt into the river, falling without much grace, but without hurting himself. In years that followed, he had to make several more drops from even greater heights, usually after a theft, sometimes without water beneath him, and he improved the basic technique. When he arrived in the western town of Jolenheim on the morning of his 21st birthday, it didn't take him long to find out who was the richest person, most deserving of being burgled. An impregnable palace in a park near the center of town was owned by a mysterious young man named Soibed. Okay. Eslov wasted no time in finding the palace and watching it. A fortified palace, he had come to learn, was like a person, with quirks and habits beneath its hard shell. It was not an old palace, evidently. Whatever money this Suorbud, I have no idea how to pronounce that name, seriously, had come into was fairly recent. It was regularly patrolled by guards, implying that the rich man was fearful of being burgled. With good reason. The most distinctive feature of this palace was its tower, rising 100 feet above the stone walls, doubtless giving the occupant a good defensive view. Eslev guessed that if Soybed was as paranoid as he guessed him to be, the tower would also provide a view of the palace storehouse. The rich man would want to keep an eye on his fortune. That meant that the loot couldn't be directly beneath the tower, but somewhere in the courtyard within the walls. The light in the tower shone all night long, so Eslev boldly decided that the best time to burgle was by the light of day, when Soybed must sleep. That would be the time the guards would least expect a thief to pounce. And so when the noon sun was shining over the palace, Eslev quickly scaled the wall near the front gate and waited, hidden in the crenellations. The interior courtyard was plain and desolate, with few places to hide, but he saw that there were 2 wells. One the guards used from time to time to draw up water and slake their thirst, but Eslev noticed that guards would pass by the other well, never using it. He waited until the guards were distracted, just for a second, with the arrival of a merchant in a wagon bearing goods for the palace. While they were searching his wagon, Eslev leapt elegantly, feet first, from the wall into the well. It was not a particularly soft landing, for, as Eslev had guessed, the well was not full of water, but gold. Still, he knew how to roll after a fall, and he didn't hurt himself in the dank subterranean storehouse. He stuffed his pockets with gold and was about to go to the door which he assumed would lead to the tower when he noticed a gem the size of an apple, worth more than all the gold that was left. Eslev found room for it down his pants. The door didn't lead to the tower, and Eslev followed the curving stairwell, but walking quietly and quickly. At the top he found the master of the palace's private quarters, ornate and cold, with invaluable artwork and decorative swords and shields on the walls. Eslev assumed the snoring lump under the sheets was Soybed, but he didn't investigate too closely. He crept to the windows and looked out. It was going to be a difficult fall for Krates. Sorry, what? He needed to jump from the tower, past the walls, and hit the tree on the other side. The tree branches would hurt, but they would break his fall, and there was a pile of hay he had left under the tree to prevent further injury. Eslev was about to leap when the occupant of the room woke up with a start, yelling, "My gem!" Eslev and stared. Wait, do you mean he and Eslev stared? No, Eslev stared at him for a second, wide-eyed. They looked alike, not surprising, since they were brothers. Earl's story is continued in the book Warrior. Huh. From his own brother. Probably for the best. Oh, God. Hello there. Squirrel fireball. Paralysis poison.
Is someone coming? Is that you, Hotney? Bjorn!
Aha, I had a feeling. No, I'll just leave you there. Alright, fine, I'll help you.
Get me out of here! Cut me out of here!
You did it. You killed it. Now cut me down before anything else shows up.
Where's the golden claw?
Yes, the claw. I know how it works. The claw, the markings, the door in the Hall of Stories. I know how they all fit together. Help me down and I'll show you. You won't believe the power the Nords have hidden there.
It's not like he's going to be able to hand it to me. He's stuck in the web. Fine, let me see if I can cut you down.
Sweet breath of arcade, thank you. It's coming loose. I can feel it. You fool. Why should I share the treasure with anyone?
Yeah, I'm not going to even bother killing him. He walked into the trap. Oh. Greetings. I'll grab it. This is better. So the golden claw and the journal. More reading. Okay. My fingers are trembling. The golden claw is finally in my hands, and with it the power of the ancient Nordic heroes. That fool Lucan had no idea that his favorite store decoration was actually the key to Bleak Falls Barrow. Now I just need to get to the Hall of Stories and unlock the door. The legend says there is a test that the Nords put in place to keep the unworthy away, but that, when you have the golden claw, the solution is in the palm of your hands. Alright. Wait the trap. Wait the trap. Okay, good. Hello there. Okay. Set Sophia on fire there a little bit. Uh-oh. Stay away. I am so sorry. You alright? Oh god, there's an arrow on your shoulder. This is actually better than what I have already, though. 10 damage for that? Let's go back up here.
Was there something you wanted?
Can I talk to you for a bit?
You can ask me anything.
How are you feeling?
Well, I was feeling pretty lonely till you came along, but I'm so glad you did.
Huh. And there's a chest up here. Huh. Huh. I said, huh. There we go. Easy. This is gonna hurt. Ow! That was a really horrible place to stand, girl. Alright. Oh no, you don't. Oh god. Thought he was gonna fall through the floor for a moment there. Cool looking sword. Ow, 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 ow. He actually hit me. Okay, so yeah, the health potions do work. So it looks like. Really? So what? Okay. Was there always a warhammer for the ancient old weapons? I don't remember that. I don't even have a pickaxe. I just realized that. I don't need a trust call. Pickaxe.
pretty annoyed too if I look like the Draugr. I hope I don't die and end up looking like one of them. That would be my worst nightmare.
Oh dear. Okay. Calm down now, music. Alright. What's in here? I don't remember looking in this room before. I don't think I ever remember there being a room there before. Ah, here we go. Bear, butterfly, owl.
I have been told that I have one of the nicest voices in Skyrim, or even Tamriel for that matter. I must say I am inclined to agree. This is a really nice room.
back in the coffin with you. I'll be taking this and that. Oh, and I'll be taking that as well, so I can. Do some disenchanting here. The fuck? Okay. Sure. I'll take that. So, out of curiosity. So. Oh my god, yeah. There are. Oh my god. Okay, so there are actually secret chests in this one room. So yeah, the last time I played this, that was, wow, really lucky find. And I leveled up. So yeah, this one is behind the word wall. And there's one right over here. Oh my god. Pull the lever. This gold doesn't need any flowers.
Surely the point of Draugrs is that they are dead. So why do they start randomly attacking people? Why would the dead not be dead? It makes...
Oh, what? Yeah, let me see that in the playback. Oh, she was saying it makes her head hurt. Oh, alright. Oh crap, there was stuff up there. There was like a potion or something when you exit. I guess I can't get back up there, huh? Come on. Oh, come on. Come on. Is there an invisible wall there? Oh, shit. There's supposed to be like a potion up there when you exit.
understand why in these tombs all the torches are lit. I thought they were supposed to be a...
Yeah, alright, it is spooky that they're all lit when they're supposed to be abandoned. Is that a wolf? Wolf! Iron boy. Oh, I leveled up. I'm not too concerned about magicka right now, so let's go with health. Alright. Hello, miss.
I'm just a poor old woman, dear. No need to trouble yourself with me.
Technically, she isn't. Oh, I need this book. I'm not going to read it right now. There's a book I'm gonna need to find it good at some point. But yeah, if you go down here, you learn that she is actually a witch. That? My what? Alright. Tell me what happened.
Maik saw a mud crab the other day. Horrible creatures.
Is that what killed this person?
Maik loves the people of Skyrim. Many interesting things they say to each other. Maik does not understand what is so impressive about shouting. Maik can shout whenever he wants. Maik is tired now. Go bother somebody else. Maik is done talking.
Oh, this is a treasure hunter? Wait, treasure hunter's notes. Hold the phone. Explore Knife Point Ridge and recover the Iron Greatsword of Embers. I'm close to finding the Iron Greatsword of Embers. I've tracked it down to Knife Point Ridge. It's apparently guarded by a bandit chief. Yes, I know what the world map is. Where's this bandit camp? Oh, bandit chief. Surely they would have put it on the map at least. Moonforge. Oh yeah, so that's where you crafted the Lord of the Rings weapons. And there is town. these? And what do we have here? Iron. Ooh, a garnet. Okay, there we go.
My favorite drinking buddy. Let's get some mead.
Hurry up and tell Lucan you have the claw. He'll be so excited. You have the claw. Oh, you have to tell Lucan at once. Hurry!
The sooner you find the claw... You found it! There it is! Strange. It seems smaller than I remember. Funny thing, huh? I'm gonna put this back where it belongs. I'll never forget this. You've done a great thing for me and my sister.
Really? Right there?
It means so much to us.
Thank you so much for taking care of those thieves.
Thank you.
The Riverwood Trader is back to the way it used to be. Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures.
I'm gonna hold on to that for a moment. I'll sell one of these. And I'm gonna sell that. I don't need any empty gems. Wait, what?
Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
I didn't mean to do that. Whatever it was I did. Steel arrows. Steel sword. Books. A zombie. That could be good. As well as frostbite. Let's go with oak flesh. Okay.
All right then.
Hi.
Wait, so a costume? You're not serious.
Sure I am. We got some furs and tree branches, paint them white, and then tie them to stump. Instant frostbite spider.
Fraudnar, nobody's gonna believe that your dog is a frostbite spider. And if they do, they'll kill him. That's not much of a prank.
Oh yeah? And what would you rather do?
How about we play tag? You're it.
I'm all ears. Well, not literally, of course.
Let's chat.
You can ask me anything.
How are you feeling?
My undergarments are really starting to chafe. I don't suppose you would... No, that would be pretty awkward for the both of us. You can ask me anything.
Stupid dog.
So what were you doing before you met me?
I was playing two guys against each other in a bid to win me over. Of course, they had to supply me with plenty of drink and earn my affection. I just wanted some entertainment. Oh, it was great watching them get more and more competitive. It ended up in a massive brawl, and once it was over, I left them both empty-handed and out of pocket. As for waking up in a stable without any clothes on, I don't remember what happened after leaving the tavern, but that's nothing new.
No, I mean before that.
Well, I was wandering around Skyrim killing bandits who thought I was an easy target, and meeting new locals. Or should I say making new enemies. Before that I was studying, if you can call it that, at the College of Winterhold. It wasn't my first choice, of course, being a Nord, but I had no place to go, and it was either that or live in a cave. So, I learned a few spells just to keep them happy. I must admit, though, that learning to blow stuff up was pretty fun. Unfortunately, my genius was wasted on them. And I was kicked out for making everyone naked with a spell I forced some other student to create for me. So, it turns out I ended up living mostly in caves anyway. You can ask me anything. You mean like weird? Huh. I thought you were different from all those other people who make fun of me. Because I don't try and conform to people's ridiculous ideals.
No, I mean you have a great sense of humor.
Yeah, I suppose. Being a free spirit like myself really lets you explore the world and see all its flaws, but yet at the same time makes you appreciate them. That's what some people who aren't like you just don't get.
Wait.
Sure. What's on your mind?
Do I have something new to talk to her about?
Let's not hang around then.
Actually, wait.
Yes? Did you want something?
Huh. So I wonder how exactly that goes up. Do I have to talk to her, or is that just reading a whole bunch of stuff here? No idea.
Okay then.
You don't have to be perfect. Just send them over when they're ready.
This is a local favorite and one of the first songs I ever learned. Ragnar the Red.
We got rooms and food. Need a room? Talk to Delphine. Out. She owns the place. She does what she wants.
So how do I run a room?
Inn's closed. Bar's still open, though. Feel free to sit and put your head down on the table for as long as you like. I won't bother you.
Can you use the alchemy lab?
Long as you clean up. You know how to use it, right? Mix a couple of ingredients together, see what happens. A little wheat and blisterwort makes a healing potion, if you didn't know.
Okay, so
we have plenty of ingredients for sale, too. There have been whispers. A boy up in Windhelm, name of Aventus Aretino, been trying to contact the Dark Brotherhood. Nobody trusts those mages way up north in their college. Gods only know what they do up there. They say a dragon attacked Helgen. Sounds like hogwash to me. Mm-hmm.
Fandolf thinks he can woo Camilla Valerius away from me. She's already mine, I keep telling him.
You and Vandal like the same woman?
Camilla Valerius knows I'm the best man in Riverwood. That elf is kidding himself if he thinks she would choose him over me. I've seen him sneaking over to the Riverwood trader to speak with her when I'm not around. He's wasting his time.
Yes, two people spending time together never blossoms into courtship.
Is that sarcasm? I've heard better wisecracks from Orgnar. Still you have a point. Camilla letting Fandal visit her isn't a good thing for me. Here, let me give you a particularly venomous letter. Say it's from Fandal. That should get Camilla to stop inviting the elf over. I'd better get going.
What was I doing? Alright. Let's see here. Dear Camilla, I know I have called upon you at your house many times, and while we may be growing close, I need you to put any desires you may have for me aside. I am a true-born son of Valenwood, and I could never be fouled by bloodline by courting an Imperial. I hope we can remain true friends, provided you understand your people's place in the Old Merry Dominion and respect me as such. Sincerely, Fandal. Oh, jeez. That's a horrible letter. Alright, well, where is he then? There he is.
There's beauty here unmatched in all of Skyrim, to be sure.
Hey, Sven wanted me to deliver this letter to Camilla, saying it was from you.
What is that blowhard up to now? So, he thinks he can turn Camilla against me. Two can play at this. Here, give this letter to Camilla and tell her it's from Sven. Let's see what she thinks of him after reading that. All right, then.
Now, what does this one say? My dearest Camilla, I yearn to have you as my own, washing my linens and my fine blonde hair, to cook my dinner from my stove, and tend to my house while I wander. Yours truly, Sven. I don't know, that does kind of sound like him. I don't know, can I talk to him again? It said it didn't really show any optional
Papas
stuff for me.
isn't too friendly with strangers.
That letter ought to convince Camilla to never speak to Fandal ever again. Until next time.
It's a fine day with you around.
Well, in truth, it does seem like a letter he would send her, so...
Another poem, I bet. He does know how to make a girl blush. What's this? If that oaf thinks all I'm going to do is stay in that filthy house of his and clean, You can tell Sven that he already has a mother. I'm not speaking to him anymore.
Sorry, Sven.
Going. You're a strapping young man. Don't be a stranger.
Sorry, Fandal. Okay, now what was I gonna do? Yeah, I guess I'll talk to Fandal. Okay, so it's all the way over here. Mammoth Tux. I must find a tux.
There's beauty here, unmatched in all of
Yeah, I don't
Skyrim,
think
to
Camilla
be
will
sure.
be spending any more time with Sven.
I appreciate your help. Please, take this. Some gold I've saved up from working at the mill. I'll show you what I know.
Let's save my money.
Farewell.
We're a small village, but we work hard and take care of our own.
Divine smile on you, friend.
Oh yeah, I wanted to see here. Okay. Did I already pass the pathway?
In Skyrim. That would make things 10 times more fun. I mean, why would the guards discourage drunken behavior when they should be encouraging it? A drunken person is a happy person.
I don't know, have you seen Thor? He did not look very happy. Hello over there. You got a moment for your Lord to hear about our Lord and Savior.
Now ain't this a surprise?
Well, he didn't want to listen. Shrooms.
Are you worried someone will wander in here? The entrance isn't exactly hidden, you know. This again? Told you, we have someone standing guard out there. Don't forget the rock trap you picked up. So, stop your worrying and get some rest. Your shift is coming up and I don't want you dozing off again like last time.
Oh, nice. They've had me working down here for days now. It's not the time that's getting to me, though. It's these tunnels. I've told them countless times now to add extra support to the weak sections of tunnel. If only we had more of those wooden beams that we reinforced with bronze bottoms. Honestly, if I hear the earth shift one more time above my head, I'll be so stressed I may stop drinking for good. I mean, what's a Nord without his mead?
Sneaking is so much fun. The thrill of almost getting caught is more addictive than skooma. Oh right, yeah, now's not the time for talking.
I thought we had a guard posted outside.
Is someone there?
Someone's here. Well, I might be fucked. I'm not here.
You'd hit a woman?
You think you can take me?
I said I'm not here. I said.
That hurt.
Okay, well. You alright? I didn't accidentally shoot you in the arm, did I? Knowing me, I probably did. Taking that.
Time to end this little game.
Oh, God. Hi. Excuse me, you're kind of in the way there. Clairvoyance. Madness ore. Don't I already have something that's supposed to give me frost? Yeah. So I don't need that. Actually, I could probably sell it. It's my way at. Oh no. Into the water you go.
Is someone there?
Nope. Get back. Ow.
It's gonna cost you.
Look! You're a fool, Mike.
Oh. fishing rod for that. There he is. I'll take them in where you at?
What's on your mind? How about you take me instead? Damn it. That came out wrong.
Okay. You can have these. I think I already gave you a hunting bow. Let me see here. What else do I have? I want to get you.
I rather enjoyed a little chat.
Okay. There are two classes of light armor, metallic and non-metallic. Elven and glass are metallic light armor. You may be surprised to think that glass can be thought of as metallic, but appearances are deceiving. What we call glass is nothing like the windows panes you see in houses. The greenish material is far stronger and has a much higher melting point. Non-metallic armors are hide, studded leather, and scaled. For these armor types, the forger is as much tailor as blacksmith. All use large pieces of leather, stitched together with leather strips. Studded armor also need iron ingots, from which you will make the studs and metal rings that make it more effective than simple hide. Scaled armor uses steel instead of iron, but the steel is infused with corundum to make the metal insert stronger. For centuries, the secret of making elven armor was a closely guarded secret on Somerset Isle. Then the betrayal of Ulval Lauren brought it to the rest of Tamriel. Ulval was a dark elf slave, working the bellows for Nulian, master smith of the Isle, from the 5th through the 7th century of the Second Era. When Ulval escaped, he could think of no greater punishment to mete out to his cruel masters than to reveal all his secrets to the world. Thus we came to know that moonstone is the key ingredient in elven armor, and that salt water must be used to quench the hot metal. For gilded elven armor, you must also meld in quicksilver. It melts at a much lower heat than moonstone, making it tricky to work the two metals together. The trickiest of all is glass. Hammer blows struck across the grain run the risk of shattering the armor. Its principal ingredient is malachite, although it also requires moonstone to give it the right strength. Okay. Oh, look at this bucket. Was that a ship bucket? Ooh, look at this. I swear, if I end up finding Meridia's beacon in here, that would be, I don't know, kind of embarrassing. I've never ever been able to start the quest normally. I always end up finding the beacon. Is that a dead fox? No, poor thing. I'll take you a pelt though. Oh, a dead rabbit.
A word of advice. Never buy a used copy of the Lost Argonian Maid. The covers are always worn and the pages stuck together. I just don't get it. I swear, there must be some kind of conspiracy.
Yes, it has to be conspiracy. I have no idea why the pages would be stuck together. Oh yeah, I wanted to craft a potion, didn't I?
This is an ode to Skyrim's staunch protectors. You're nothing but trouble.
Good.
It means so much to us to have the claw back where it belongs. Thank you.
We got rooms and food. Drink, too. I cook.
Whoops.
Ain't much else to tell. Need a room? Talk to Delphine. Let's sate that appetite,
No, I just need some ingredients. Okay, I'll take those and I'll take these. Nope. Just fire, huh?
This is an ode to Skyrim's staunch protectors, the Imperials. We drink to our youth. Days come and gone, for the age of aggression is just about done. we'll drive out the storm cloaks and restore what we own. With our blood and our steel, we will take back our home. Down with Ulrich, the killer of kings. On the day of your death, we will drink and we'll sing. We're the children of Skyrim, and we fight all our lives. And when Sovngarde beckons, every one of us dies. But this land is ours, and we'll see it wiped clean of the scourge that has sullied our hopes and our dreams.
Okay. How many potions do I have now? Frostbite venom. Okay.
I don't owe you money, do I?
No, you already paid me. How much money do I have right now, though? Not a lot to buy a house, because I think I need 5,000 in order to get one. Which means I'm probably going to end up with a problem when I go to pick up the dragon bones and scales. And again, I guess I don't need to pick them up right now. But I doubt Sophia will be able to carry them. Who the fuck are you?
Greetings, brother. You look weary. I have something to help you relax, if you're interested.
What are you talking about?
The finest skooma, the sweetest moon sugar, at a fair price, of course.
That doesn't seem legal.
Ah, a snitch, huh? Can't have you running to any guards now, can I?
What the hell?
Even Malakoth is ashamed of you.
Pray to your gods for mercy.
So, about that skooma. I'll be taking that. Thank you.
Orkstead's a nice enough little hamlet, but a boring posting for a guard. The dragon attacks? Well,
Very quiet night.
looking to do some hunting? Avoid Brittleshin Pass in southeast.
Okay. Give me a moment. Alright. Gotta add another level up. Let's put it here. Probably should have put it in the destruction, since could reduce the amount of magic I use. I also want to get rid of that. Here. Let's put this as 2 and this 6.
You see? The terminology is clearly First Era or even earlier. I'm convinced this is a copy of a much older text.
Why must there always be incest inside temples?
What?
It really does make me feel a little sick.
What?
Did I say incest? I meant incense. The smell really gets up my nose.
Some tangible answers.
That threw me off there for a moment.
The Jarl himself has finally taken an interest, so I'm now able to devote most of my time to this research.
Time is running, Farengar, don't forget. This isn't some theoretical question. Dragons have come back.
Yes, don't worry. Although the chance to see a living dragon up close would be tremendously valuable. Now, let me show you something else I found. Very intriguing. I think your employers may be interested as well. Ah, yes, the Jarl's protege. Back from Bleak Falls Barrow. You didn't die, it seems. Ah, the Dragon Stone of Bleak Falls Barrow. Seems you are a cut above the usual brutes the Jarl sends my way.
So, got the Dragonstone, what next?
That is where your job ends and mine begins. The work of the mind, sadly undervalued in Skyrim. My associate here will be pleased to see your handiwork. She discovered its location by means she has so far declined to share with me. So your information was correct after all. And we have our friend here to thank for recovering it for us.
You went into Bleak Falls Barrow and got that? Nice work. Just send me a copy.
Farengar! Farengar, you need to come at once. A dragon's been sighted nearby. You should come too.
What, me? Alright, hang on a minute.
Dragon? How exciting. Where was it seen? What was it doing?
I'd take this a bit more seriously if I were you. If a dragon decides to attack Whiterun, I don't know if we can stop it. Let's go.
So, Isilmeriel tells me you came from the Western Watchtower?
Yes, my lord.
Tell him what you told me about the dragon.
Oh, that's right. We saw it coming from the south. It was fast. Faster than anything I've ever seen.
What did it do? Is it attacking the Watchtower?
No, my lord. It was just circling overhead when I left. I never ran so fast in my life. I thought it would come after me, for sure.
Good work, son. We'll take it from here. Head down to the barracks for some food and rest. You've earned it. Isilmeriel, you'd better gather some guardsmen and get down there.
I've already ordered my men to muster near the main gate.
Good. Don't fail me. There's no time to stand on ceremony, my friend. I need your help again. I want you to go with Isilmeriel and help her fight this dragon. You survived Helgen, so you have more experience with dragons than anyone else here. But I haven't forgotten the service you did for me in retrieving the Dragon Stone for Farengar. As a token of my esteem, I have instructed Avenici that you are now permitted to purchase property in the city. And please, accept this gift from my personal armory. Help Isilmeriel kill this dragon before it can attack Whiterun. No, I can't afford to risk both of you. I need you here working on ways to defend the city against these dragons.
As you command.
One last thing, Isilmeriel. This isn't a death or glory mission. I need to know what we're dealing with.
Don't worry, my lord. I'm the very soul of caution.
Okay,
I envy you the chance to see this dragon up close.
hang on. Let me, disenchant that.
Did I just hear correctly? The Jarl wants you to go and fight a dragon. Please tell me you're not actually considering it. Not that I'm scared, of course.
Don't worry. I have my bow. With this bow will come victory.
The guards in Dragon Street say you aided the Yard. On behalf of Whiterun, I thank you.
Where's she at? Hi guys. Oh, there she is. What does that run?
Here's the situation. A dragon is attacking the Western Watchtower.
A dragon?
You heard right. I said a dragon. I don't much care where it came from or who sent it. What I do know is that it's made the mistake of attacking Whiterun.
But Houseguard, how could we fight a dragon?
That's a fair question. None of us have ever seen a dragon before, or expected to face one in battle. But we are honor-bound to fight it, even if we fail.
If there is one thing I don't like, it is people who think they are really tough and special and boast all the time. Also, don't you just hate those people who talk about pointless stuff that they really should keep to themselves? What? Why are you looking at me like that?
The glory of killing it is ours, if you're with me. Now what do you say? Shall we go kill us a dragon?
Yeah, damn right.
Let's move out.
Be glad you're here in the city and not out in Riverwood. Those bastards don't even have a wall.
Don't worry, I know somebody who can provide it. You'll just have the dragons pay for it. At least I think Ulfric will do all that. What? Who do you think I was talking about? I think a horse costs about 1,000 or maybe 3,000. I don't know. Where are they going? The road's over here, guys. Well, this looks like a mess. What do you think, Sophia?
No signs of any dragon right now, but it sure looks like he's been here. I know it looks bad, but we've got to figure out what happened, and if that dragon is still skulking around somewhere. Spread out and look for survivors. We need to know what we're dealing with.
Get back. It's still here somewhere. Crocky and Todd just got grabbed when they tried to make a run for it. Kinneret, save us. Here he comes again.
Here he comes. Find cover and make every arrow count.
People say you shouldn't be naked in public, but I managed to get a free outfit out of it, so it can't be all that bad. I mean, it's not like you would leave me walking around naked the whole time.
Okay, never mind then. I forgot. What was it?
You died once. Now it's time to die again.
Ow! Okay, so I don't need that. These are really heavy. Well, it's not that bad though. We'll be taking that though. Hooray! I finally have a shout.
I can't believe
Oh, God.
You're Dragonborn.
Dragonborn? What do you mean?
In the very oldest tales, back from when there were still dragons in Skyrim, the Dragonborn would slay dragons and steal their power. That's what you did, isn't it? Absorb the dragon's power.
I don't know what happened to me.
There's only one way to find out. Try to shout. That would prove it. According to the old legends, only the Dragonborn can shout without training, the way the dragons do.
What are you talking about?
That's right. My grandfather used to tell stories about the Dragonborn. Those born with the dragon blood.
I can't believe it.
Like old Tiber
You actually killed a dragon.
I've never
And
heard
you
of Tiber
absorbed its
Septim
soul?
killing any dragons.
This day just keeps getting better.
There weren't any dragons then.
Just wait
idiot.
till I tell
They're
people
just
that a
coming
true
back now
hero
for the
slayed a
first time in
dragon.
forever.
Of course you helped out a bit.
But the old tales tell of the Dragonborn who
I'm
can
only
kill dragons.
joking.
What I hold sacred. That's a shout. What do you say, Isilmeriel? You're being awfully quiet. Come on, Isilmeriel.
Wait,
Tell us.
are you really
Do you believe in
Dragonborn?
this Dragonborn business?
So I guess that really does make you kind of special. I guess you almost live up to my high standards now. Good looking, strong, brave, adventurous. So tell me, what sort of women are you into? Not that I'm interested in you or anything.
I don't need some mythical dragonborn. Someone who can put down a dragon is more than enough for me.
You wouldn't understand, Housecar. You ain't an
I
orc.
don't get it. Men say
All across Tamriel.
with their arrow,
I've seen
or
plenty of
stabbing me
things
with a
just as
sword and
outlandish
then
as
walk
this.
away laughing.
I'd advise
Should
you
I
all
be
to trust in the
worried?
strength of your sword arm over tales and legends.
That was shouting. What you just did. Must be.
So many,
You really are Dragonborn.
so many people talking all at once.
That was the hairiest fight I've ever been in, and I've been in more than a few. I don't know about this Dragonborn business, but I'm sure glad you're with us. You better get back to Whiterun right away. Jarl Balgruuf will want to know what happened here.
You sure took care of that dragon. Dragonborn or not, that's good enough for me.
Out of here. Let's go, Sophia. The world awaits. What was that? I just heard a horse. Oh my god, were you transparent there for a second?
What's on your mind? I'm always ready for a chat. My legs hurt. I think it's from all that walking. I don't suppose you would mind carrying me? I take that as a no, then?
Honestly, I wouldn't mind carrying you. I don't see any problem with that.
Of course. I'm nauseous from the smell. This place absolutely stinks. Almost as bad as you do. That was a joke, obviously. Or was it?
Well, like, I haven't really had a chance for a bath
I'm
yet,
here, if you ever need me.
Imagine there being a quest. Take a bath. And then there's just a QTE of you just in a bubble bath. Scrubbing away this scum off ya.
Do you like to dance? I've heard that there's this dance called the horizontal dance. I think we should try it. Unfortunately, I've never seen anyone do it before.
Horizontal dance? What the hell is that?
Look, you already have been told you're not allowed
What?
here. Turn around and go back the way you came.
We're causing no trouble. All we ask is to look for her.
After what happened, you're lucky I don't toss you in jail. Now get lost.
We will be back. This is not over. You there. We're looking for someone in Whiterun. We will pay good money for information.
Who are you looking for?
A woman. A foreigner in these lands. Redguard, like us. She is likely not using her true name. We will pay for any information regarding her location. We are not welcome here in Whiterun, so we will be in Rorikstead if you learn anything.
Who are you looking for again?
We're looking for a fugitive who comes from Hammerfell. A Redguard woman. She may be somewhere in this city.
And why are you looking for this person?
It's none of your concern. All you need to know is that we're paying for information. If that doesn't interest you, feel free to walk away.
Well, it is my concern. Are you going to
She
hurt
cannot
this
hide
person?
from us forever.
Isilmeriel, you did it! You killed the dragon.
Yes, I did.
There's been talk amongst the guards that you are dragon. Such a thing. Surely that's not possible.
You better believe it. Now bow down to the mighty power of the Dragonborn.
Everything all right?
Mind your own business, will you?
Cause trouble in Whiterun, and I'll haul you into the Dragon's Reach dungeon myself. My cousin's out fighting dragons, and what do I get? Guard duty.
Well, that's about all you're fit for.
No lollygagging.
What kind of a woman do you think I am?
What is it? I worry about the other settlements in the hold. Unwalled, lightly manned, prime targets for those damn dragons. What is it?
Have you noticed that people seem to always say the same things? And people complain about me.
Got to keep my eyes open. Damn dragons could swoop down at any time. I mostly deal with petty thievery and drunken brawls. Been too long since we've had a good bandit raid.
Yes, I'm sure you would prefer getting plundered by bandits than seeing to me.
Watch the skies, traveler. Need a blade? You should talk to Adrian at the forge. What do you need? Let me guess. Someone stole your sweet roll.
Yes, but don't worry. You won't be hearing from them again.
Staying out of trouble, kinsman? Rorikstead's a nice enough little hamlet, but a boring posting for a god. If a dragon attacks, well, then it'll be a different story. Thinking of settling in? There's a house for sale. Breeze Home. You should talk to the steward.
I'd
up
be a
in the
lot
keep if
warmer
you're
and a lot
interested.
happier with a belly full of mead.
Yes, well, you can stay away from mine, you hypocrites.
I used to be an adventurer like you. Then I took an arrow in the knee.
Yes, like I haven't heard that one before.
Staying safe, I hope?
Oh, trust me, it's not our safety you should be worried about.
No lollygagging.
What kind of a woman do you think I am?
I didn't realize she was also coded to respond to the guards as well. Oh, that's funny.
Good. You're finally here. The Jarl's been waiting for you.
You heard the summons. What else could it mean?
The Greybeards.
We were just talking about you. My brother needs a word with you. So what happened at the watchtower? Was the dragon there?
Turns out I may be something called Dragonborn.
Dragonborn? What do you know about the Dragonborn?
Only that the emperors used to be Dragonborn. Other than that, I don't really know.
So it's true. The Greybeards really were summoning you.
The Greybeards?
Masters of the Way of the Voice. They live in seclusion high on the slopes of the throat of the world.
What do these Greybeards want with me?
The Dragonborn is said to be uniquely gifted in the voice. The ability to focus your vital essence into a thum, or shout. If you really are Dragonborn, they can teach you how to use your gift. Didn't you hear the thundering sound as you returned to Whiterun? That was the voice of the Greybeards.
People think women are
summoning
vain for
you
trying to look
High
good.
This
Just because men are lazy and don't even bother having a watch
Not since
doesn't mean we are
himself
vain.
was summoned when he was still Talos of Atmora.
Rungar, calm yourself. What does any of this Nord nonsense have to do with our friend here? Capable as he may be, I don't see any signs of him being this, what, Dragonborn.
What kind of signs
More
would I
nonsense.
need?
Why, you puffed up ignorant. These are our
Am I
sacred
supposed to have like
traditions
dragon
that go
wings
back
and
to the
scales or
founding of the
something?
First Empire. Rongar, don't be so hard on Avenici.
I meant no disrespect, of course. It's just that, what do these Greybeards want with him?
That's the Greybeard's business, not ours. Whatever happened when you killed that dragon, it revealed something in you, and the Greybeards heard it. If they think you're Dragonborn, who are we to argue? You'd better get up to High Hrothgar immediately. There's no refusing the summons of the Greybeards. It's a tremendous honor. I envy you, you know, to climb the 7,000 steps again. I made the pilgrimage once. Did you know that? High Hrothgar is a very peaceful place. Very disconnected from the troubles of this world. I wonder that the Greybeards even notice what's going on down here. They haven't seemed to care before. No matter. Go to High Hrothgar. Learn what the Greybeards can teach you. You've done a great service for me and my city, Dragonborn. By my right as Jarl, I name you Thane of Whiterun. It's the greatest honor that's within my power to grant. I assign you Lydia as a personal housecarl, and this weapon from my armory to serve as your badge of office. I'll also notify my guards of your new title. Wouldn't want them to think you're part of the common rabble, now would we? We are honored to have you as Thane of our city, Dragonborn. Back to business, Proventus. We still have a city to defend.
What did you give me again? The Axe of Whiterun.
So you're Thane now, huh? Well, don't think some fancy title is going to make me your servant. Although I must admit I'm happy for you. Perhaps I could take advantage of you sometime. I mean, if we got into trouble, I could use your status to my advantage.
Alright.
The Jarl has appointed me to be your housecarl. It's an honor to serve you.
So that's Lydia's new hair. So I'm a Thane. What does that mean?
The Jarl has recognized you as a person of great importance in the Hold. A hero. The title of Thane is an honor. A gift for your service. Guards will know to look the other way if you tell them who you are.
And what does a housecarl do?
As my Thane, I'm sworn to your service. I'll guard you and all you own with my life.
Alright, well... follow me then.
Lead the way.
Okay, so...
I've got your back.
I don't know if the X's are a good thing or a bad thing. Pose, why? Dance for me, give me some sugar.
Lead on.
What is it? Okay then. I'm all ears. Well, not literally, of course. You can ask me anything. That's what I like about you. You actually care how I feel and take the time to ask me. Which song? That's one of my favorites. In the College of Winterhold there was a mate who got sent away after causing a rage. She demonstrated a spell, but to no avail. It led the brave woman to the stables on a hay bale. Then came a warrior who disturbed her rest, but accepted her presence for the upcoming quest. They traveled together and met friend and foe, and word spread around about the legendary duo. They killed dragons and bandits, forsworn even bears, traveled through Skyrim and walked Rodga's stairs. And all of this
we haven't done that
started
yet.
with a silly funny spell, but led to adventure soon everyone will tell.
Very good song.
Do you think I'm pretty? I'm feeling a little self-conscious. I love saying that to guys when they are with their wives. They don't know what to say. As if they say yes, their wives get jealous. And if they say no, I pretend to be really upset and they feel bad. What? I have to amuse myself somehow.
It's poor guys.
I've got your back.
Oh, hey, it's daytime. Wait, what?
What's the hurry?
Combat looks and just about anything, really. I don't know what you could possibly see in her.
Are you talking about Lydia? I completely missed everything she was saying.
For I am the chosen of Talos. I alone have been anointed by the Ninth to spread his
That's an incredible
holy
talent,
word.
man. Yelling out
Talos
without
the mighty,
moving your mouth.
Talos the unerring, Talos the unassailable.
I'm right behind you.
To you we give praise. We are but maggots, riding in the filth of our own corruption.
You tried mercenary work? It might suit you.
So I need to find a tusk.
I'm not sure I like the sound of the 7,000 steps. Surely that must absolutely kill your legs? I also better check I'm wearing underwear. 'Cause I've heard that
Still
it can
here.
get a little chilly around the southern parts, if you know what I mean. I don't need your help to do that before you ask.
Still here.
If I pick some wheat, I can sell it, but I could use that wheat. So I
There's a
don't know
nip
if
in
I
the
want
air.
to do that.
Cold won't be good for my crops. Never is.
What's going on with the map right now? Ah, it's pointing over there. Who knows, do I want to go over there? So I feel like I want to go this way.
Skyrim might be a cold place with miserable people, but after a few drinks you don't really notice. Speaking of which, I'm getting a little thirsty.
Sorry, love, I'm not giving you my alcohol. I wonder if I can fight the giants. I doubt I'll be able to get into the chest. What sees me? That's Sophia. Oh my god! Oh no! Oh! Okay. I believe I can fly. Okay.
I'm
Let's
not
do
sure
that
I
again.
like the sound of the 7,000 steps. Surely that must absolutely kill your legs? I also better check I'm wearing underwear. Cause I've heard that it can get a little chilly around the southern parts, if you know what I mean. I don't need your help to do that before you ask.
So, yeah, I can't face giants right now. I'm still a little too weak for that. Seeing Sophia go flying in the air like that. Oh my god, that was hilarious. So the camp I need to go to is over here. There's the ruin over there. What? Sorry. Sorry. You okay?
Yes, I'm listening. I know you're excited to see me, but perhaps you should wait for a more appropriate moment before trying to dive on top of me. I'm here if you ever need me.
What grab? Hello. Isn't there another one? Where'd that go? Oh, he ran over here. Oh god! That one made me jump! You hear that? You're rude. Uh-oh. I may have upset a whole load of people. Oh god!
Tell you what, you start with that so I can stab you in the back.
I hope you don't make me
What the hell?
Since it's me, though, they may be a little more forgiving.
I'm sorry, Sophia. I could not get what you said there. I just got thrown off by the fact that the cutscene didn't went, but didn't work. I have no idea what to think about that. Hey, didn't he have oh, dog is upset. There's an arrow. Okay, that has a trap on it. Where's the trap at? Oh, it's right there. Yeah,
I've
it's
always wondered. Since when people die, they take their final form as they were when they died. If you die naked, does your spirit remain naked? I can't say I fancy roaming around either in Sovngarde or as a ghost without any clothes on. Well, at least not all the time.
Trap evaded. Is that an axe? I need that. Sorry. I didn't realize that was there. Oh yeah, there's also other traps around here, aren't there? Oh, I didn't need that. What is that? Oh, I thought that was Blister Ward. A lot of iron around here.
I've got a bad feeling about
Sharp
this.
axe to cut through all that fat.
Hurry up. Is someone there?
No.
Time to end this little game.
Oh, there's a lot of fire down there. Oil down there, I mean.
Do your work. No one messing up.
What was that? I'll grab that so I can disenchant it. I have that. There's a lot of mammoth tusks here.
I can't help feeling a kind of connection between us. I'm not sure what it is.
I don't know, were
I
you
guess
originally
it's
from the world?
natural with you being a brave adventurer, and me, well, you know.
I guess that could be it as well. I was going to suggest that we were probably from the same world. Report of the Imperial Commission on the disaster of Ionith. The Emperor's plans for the invasion of Akavir were laid in the 270s when he began the conquest of the small island kingdoms that lie between Tamriel and Akavir. With the fall of Black Harbor and Ezroniet in 282, Uriel V was already looking ahead to the ultimate prize. He immediately ordered extensive renovations to the port, which would serve as the marshalling point for the invasion force and as the main supply source throughout the campaign. At this time, he also began the construction of the many large ocean-going transports that would be needed for the final crossing to Akavir, in which the Navy was previously deficient. Thus it can be seen that the Emperor's preparations for the invasion were laid well in advance, before even the conquest of Asroniad was complete, and was not a sudden whim as some have charged. When Prince Bashomon yielded Asroniad to imperial authority in 284, the Emperor's full attention could be devoted to planning for the Akaviri campaign. Naval expeditions were dispatched in 285 and 286 to scout the sea lanes and coastlands of Akavir, and various imperial intelligence agents, both magical and mundane, were employed to gather information. On the basis of all this information, the kingdom of the Seiski in the southwest of Akavir was selected as the initial target for the invasion. Meanwhile, the Emperor was gathering his expeditionary force. A new Far East fleet was created for the campaign, which for a time dwarfed the rest of the navy. It is said to be the most powerful fleet ever assembled in the history of Tamriel. The 5th, 7th, 10th, and 14th legions were selected for the initial landing, with the 9th and 17th to follow as reinforcements once the beachhead was secured. While this may seem to the layman as a relatively small fraction of the army's total manpower, it must be remembered that this expeditionary force would have to be maintained at the end of a long and tenuous supply line. In addition, the Emperor and the army command believed that the invasion would not be strongly opposed, at least at first. Perhaps most crucially, the navy had only enough heavy transport capacity to move 4 legions at a time. It should be noted here that the Commission does not find fault with the Emperor's preparations for the invasion, based on the information available prior to the invasion, which, while obviously deficient in hindsight, great effort had been made to accumulate. The Commission believes that the Emperor did not act recklessly or imprudently. Some have argued that the expeditionary force was too small. The Commission believes that, on the contrary, even if shipping could have been found to transport and supply more legions, an impossibility without crippling the trade of the entire empire, this would have merely added to the scale of the disaster. It would not have averted it. Neither could the rest of the empire be denuded of legions. The memory of the Cameron usurper was still fresh, and the Emperor believed, and the Commission agrees, that the security of the empire precluded a large concentration of military forces outside of Tamriel. If anything, the Commission believes that the expeditionary force was too large. Despite the creation of 2 new legions during his reign and the recreation of the 5th, the loss of the expeditionary force left the Empire in a dangerously weak position relative to the provinces, as the current situation makes all too clear. This suggests that the invasion of Akavir was beyond the Empire's current strength, even if the Emperor could have fielded and maintained a large force in Akavir. The Empire may have disintegrated behind him. The expeditionary force left Black Harbor on 23rd Rain's Hand at 288, and with fair weather landed in Akavir after 6 weeks at sea. The landing site was a small Seski port at the mouth of a large river, chosen for its proximity to Tamriel, as well as its location in a fertile river valley, giving easy access to the interior as well as good foraging for the army. All went well at first. The Saseki, good grief, these words, had abandoned the town when the expeditionary force approached, so they took possession of it and renamed it Septimia. Okay. The first colony of the new imperial province of Akavir. The engineers fortified the town and expanded the port facilities to serve the Far East Fleet. The Emperor marched inland with 2 legions. The surrounding land was reported to be rich, well-watered fields, and meeting no resistance, the army took the next city, upriver, also abandoned. This was refounded as Ioneth, and the Emperor established his headquarters there, being much larger than Septimia, and better located to dominate the surrounding countryside. The expeditionary force had yet to meet any real resistance, although the legions were constantly shadowed by mounted enemy patrols which prevented any but large scouting parties from leaving the main body of the army. One thing the Emperor sorely lacked was cavalry. Due to the limited space on the transport fleet, although for the time being the battle mages made up for this with magical reconnaissance. The Emperor now sent out envoys to try to contact the Saseki king, or whoever ruled this land. But his messengers never returned. In retrospect, the Commission believes that valuable time was wasted in this effort while the army was stalled at Ioneth, which could have been better spent in advancing quickly while the enemy was still apparently surprised by the invasion. However, the Emperor believed at the time that the Saseki could be overawed by the Empire's power, and he might win a province by negotiation with no need for serious fighting. Meanwhile, the 4 legions were busy building a road between Septimia and Ioneth, setting up fortified guard posts along the river, and fortifying both cities' defenses, activities which would serve them well later. Due to their lack of cavalry, scouting was limited, and communication between the 2 cities constantly threatened by enemy raiders, with which the legions were still unable to come to grips. The original plan had been to bring the 2 reinforcing legions across as soon as the initial landing had secured a port. The fateful decision was now taken to delay their arrival and instead begin using the fleet to transport colonists. The Emperor and the Council agreed that due to the complete abandonment of the conquered area by its native population, colonists were needed to work the fields so that the expeditionary force would not have to rely entirely on the fleet for supplies. In addition, unrest had broken out in Isli, okay, athwart the supply route to Akavir, and the council believed the 9th and 17th legions would be better used in repacifying those territories and securing the expeditionary forces' supply lines. The civilian colonists and their supplies began arriving in Septimia amid hearthfire, and they took over the preparation of the fields, which had been started by the legionnaires for a spring crop. A number of cavalry mounts were also brought over at this time, and the raids on the 2 imperial colonies subsequently fell off. Saseki emissaries also finally arrived in Ioneth, purportedly to begin peace negotiations, and the expeditionary force settled in for what was expected to be a quiet winter. At this time, the council urged the Emperor to return to Tamriel with the fleet to deal with many pressing matters of the Empire, while the army was in winter quarters. The Emperor decided that it would be best to remain in Akavir. This turned out to be fortunate, because a large portion of the fleet, including the Emperor's flagship, was destroyed by an early winter storm during the homeward voyage. The winter storm The winter storm season of 288 to 289 was unusually prolonged and exceptionally severe, and prevented the fleet from returning to Akavir as planned with additional supplies. This was reported to the Emperor via battle mage, and it was agreed that the expeditionary force could survive on what supplies it had on hand until the spring. The winter weather in Akavir was also much more severe than expected. Due to the supply problems and the addition of thousands of civilians, the expeditionary force was on tight rations. To make matters worse, the Sasuke raiders returned in force and harried any foraging and scouting parties outside the walls of the two cities. Several watch forts on the road between Septimia and Ioneth were captured during blizzards, and the rest had to be abandoned as untenable. As a result, communication between the two cities had to be conducted entirely by magical means, continuing strain on the Legion's battle mages. On Fifth Sun's dawn, a large entourage of Sasuke arrived at Ioneth, claiming to bring a peace offer from the Sasuke king. That night, these treacherous envoys murdered the guards at one of the city gates and led in a strong party of their comrades, who were waiting outside the city walls. Their clear intention was to assassinate the Emperor, foiled only by the vigilance and courage of troopers of the 10th who were guarding his palace. Once the alarm was raised, the Sasuke inside the city were hunted down and killed to the last man. Needless to say, this was the end of negotiations between the Emperor and the Sasuke. The arrival of spring only brought worse troubles. Instead of the expected spring rains, a hot, dry wind began to blow from the east, continuing with varying strength through the entire summer. Crops failed, and even the river, which in the previous year had been navigable by small boats far upstream of Ioneth, was completely dried up by sun's height. It is unknown if this was due to a previously unknown weather pattern unique to Akavir, or if the Sasuke manipulated the weather through magical means. The commission leans towards the former conclusion, as there is no direct evidence that the Sasuke possessing such fearsome arcade power, but the latter possibility cannot be entirely ruled out. Due to prolonged bad weather, the supply fleet was late in setting out for Black Harbor. It finally left port in early Second Seed, but was again severely mauled by storms and limped into Septimia. 8 weeks later, much reduced because of the increasingly desperate supply situations in Akavir. The Emperor dispatched most of his battle mage corps with the fleet to assist it in weathering the storms, which seemed likely to continue all summer. At this time, the council urged the Emperor to abandon the invasion and to return to Tamriel with the expeditionary force, but he again refused, noting that the fleet was no longer large enough to transport all 4 legions at once. The Commission agrees that leaving 1 or more legions behind in Akavir to await the return of the fleet would have damaged army morale. But the Commission also notes that the loss of 1 legion would have been preferable to the loss of the entire expeditionary force. It is the unanimous opinion of the Commission that this was the last point at which complete disaster might have been averted. Once the decision was made to send the fleet back for reinforcements and supplies, events proceeded to their inevitable conclusion. From this point on, much less is known about what transpired in Akavir. With most of the battle mages assisting the fleet, communication between the expeditionary force and Tamriel was limited, especially as the situation in Akavir worsened and the remaining battle mages had their powers stretched to the limit, attending to all the needs of the legions. However, it appears that the Sasuke may also have been actively interfering with the mages in some unknown manner. Some of the mages in Akavir reported their powers being abnormally weak, and the mages of the War College and Cyrodiil, who were handling communications for the council, reported problems linking up with their compatriots in Akavir, even between master and pupil of long training. The Commission urges that the War College make a particular study of the arcane powers of the Seseski, should the Empire ever come into conflict with Akavir again. What is known is that the Emperor marched out of Ironeth in mid-sun's height, leaving only small garrisons to hold the cities. He had learned that the Seseski were massing their forces on the other side of the mountain range to the north, and he intended to smash their army before it could gather full strength and capture their supplies, of which he was in desperate need. This rapid advance seems to have taken the Seseski by surprise, and the expeditionary force crossed the mountains and fell on their camp, routing the Seseski army and capturing its leader, a noble of some kind. But the Emperor was soon forced to retreat, and the legion suffered heavily on their retreat to Ironeth. The Emperor now found himself besieged in Ironeth, cut off from the small garrison at Septimia, which was also besieged. By this time, it seems that the efforts of the few remaining battle mages were devoted entirely to creating water to keep the army alive, a skill not normally emphasized at the War College. The fleet had arrived safely back to Black Harbor thanks to the battle mage corps, but all attempts to return to Akavir were frustrated by a series of ever more savage storms that battered Esroniad throughout the rest of 289. The Council's last contact with the Emperor was in early frostfall. By evening star, the Council was extremely worried about the situation in Akavir, and ordered the fleet to sail regardless of the risk. Despite the continued storms, the fleet managed to press on to Akavir. Hope was raised when contact was made with the Emperor's battle mage, who reported that Ironeth is still held out. Plans were quickly laid for the expeditionary force to break out of Ironeth and fall back to Septimia, where the fleet would meet them. This was the last direct contact with the expeditionary force. The fleet arrived in Septimia to find its garrison under a savage assault from a large Seseski army. The battle mages with the fleet threw back the enemy long enough for the survivors to embark and the fleet to withdraw. The few survivors of the expeditionary force who reached Septimia told how the Emperor had led the army out of Ironeth by night 2 days earlier, successfully breaking through the enemy lines, but then being surrounded by overwhelming forces on the road to Septimia. They told of a heroic last stand by the Emperor and the 10th Legion, which allowed a remnant of the 14th to reach Septimia. 2 survivors of the 10th arrived in Septimia that night, having slipped through the enemy lines during their undisciplined victory celebration. These men confirmed having seen the Emperor die, cut down by enemy arrows as he rallied the 10th shield wall. The Commission believes that the invasion of Akavir was doomed from the start for several reasons, none of which could have been foreseen beforehand, unfortunately. Despite extensive intelligence gathering, the expeditionary force was clearly unprepared for the situation in Akavir. The unexpected weather, which plagued the army and navy, was particularly disastrous. Without the loss of a majority of the Far East fleet during the campaign, the expeditionary force could have been withdrawn in 289. The weather also forced the Emperor to assign most of his battle mage corps to the fleet, leaving him without their valuable assistance during the fighting, which soon followed. And of course, the unexpected drought, which struck Ironeth during 289, dashed the hopes of supplying the army locally, and left the expeditionary force in an unattainable situation when besieged in Ironeth. The Seseski were also much stronger than intelligence reports had suggested. Information on the size of the army the Seseski were eventually able to field against the expeditionary force is vague, as the only serious fighting took place after regular communications were cut off between the Emperor and the Council. Nevertheless, it seems likely that the Seseski outnumbered the Emperor's forces by several times, as they were able to force 4 crack legions into retreat and then keep them under siege for several months. As we stated previously, the Commission declines to criticize the initial decision to invade Akavir. Based on what was known at the time, the plan seemed sound. It is only with the benefit of hindsight does it become obvious that the invasion had very little chance of success. Nevertheless, the Commission believes several valuable lessons can be taken from this disaster. First, the Sofia-The may have extremely powerful arcane forces at their command. The possibility that they may have manipulated the weather across such a vast region seems incredible, and it should be noted that 3 commissioners strongly objected to this paragraph even being included in this report, but the Commission believes that this matter deserves urgent investigation. The potential danger is such that even the slight possibility must be taken seriously. Second, the Sofia-The appear to possess no navy to speak of. The expeditionary force was never threatened by sea, and the Far East Fleet fought nothing but the weather. Indeed, initial plans called for a portion of the fleet to remain in Akavir for use in coastal operations, but in the event there were very few places where the large vessels of the fleet could approach the land, due to the innumerable reefs, sandbars, islands, etc. that infested the coastal waters north and south of Septimia. Due to the utter lack of trees in the plain around Septimia and Ionith, the expeditionary force was unable to build smaller vessels which could have navigated the shallow coastal waters. Any future military expeditions against Akavir would do well to consider some way of bringing a means for inshore naval operations in order to exploit this clear advantage over the Sofia-The, an advantage that was sadly unexploited by the expeditionary force. Third, much longer-term study needs to be made of Akavir before another invasion could even be contemplated. The information gathered over the 4 years prior to the invasion was extensive, but clearly inadequate. The weather conditions were completely unexpected. The Sofia-The much stronger than expected, and the attempted negotiations by the Emperor with the Sofia-The a disaster. Akavir proved alien beyond expectation, and the Commission believes any future attempt to invade Akavir should not be contemplated without much greater knowledge of the conditions, politics, and peoples of that continent than presently obtains. Finally, the Commission unanimously concludes that, given what we know, any attempt to invade Akavir is folly, at least in the present state of the Empire. The Empire's legions are needed at home. One day, a peaceful, united Empire will return to Akavir and exact severe retribution for the disaster at Ionith and for our fallen Emperor. But that day is not now, nor in the foreseeable future. I kind of want to be a part of that. Oh no. Well, I'll take these, but I'm not going to read them. What is this? Oh wow, it's what's 1,000? I'm gonna take that then. Ow! Ho, 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 ho. Oh, that hurt. That hurt. Okay. Lydia, you're on fire.
I'm all ears. Well, not literally, of course.
Still here.
All right.
Huh?
So where did the third person go to, anyways? Oh, right here. Amulet of Decay. Well, I'm not sure I'm ready to take anywhere else yet, so let's go back over here. And then I can sell some stuff.
Still here.
You've got some good pieces out here if you look. Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs.
I didn't mean to do that.
Looking to protect yourself or deal some damage?
Okay, looks like I'm not able to sell that.
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
Once I've made enough money trading with the Khajiit caravans, I'm going to buy the bannered mare from Hulda. Thank you. This should turn that old cat's gaze. Maybe I'll be able to become a caravaneer myself one day. As promised, let me show you a thing or two about bargaining. Don't want some shifty merchant giving you a raw trade. Farewell.
Still here.
Got something for just about everybody in here. Give a holler if you have any questions. Everything's for sale, my friend. Everything. If I had a sister, I'd sell her in a second. Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Oh, that increases my health? Huh. Alright, I'm fully leveled. I forgot about that. I don't really use scrolls, so I'll just sell them.
Do come back.
I'm right behind you.
Okay, where are you at? You're all the way over
is
here.
there something hard in your pocket?
What?
I felt it when you brushed against me.
No, that was probably my sword hilt.
I bet you could slay one of those mean old dragons. I bet you could do
I mean, the sword is just right there. Hello.
Sometimes I miss the soldier's life, but when I hold my daughter in my arms, I know I made the right choice. You found it! I've been looking for that blade for months! You took on all those bandits yourself? Thank you. Here, my father had a favorite sword and shield technique. Let me teach it to you, in honor of his memory. Right.
Thank you. Keep forgetting to do this.
I work for Bellathor at the General Goods Store.
I'm the commander of the guard here in White.
I'm the commander of the guard here in Whiterun.
You look tired, friend. The Bannered Mare has beds for rent.
So there are the companions. I just wanted to double check. How much is the house again?
Ain't nobody high and mighty in these halls, except in the Jarl. And don't you forget.
Your eyes are really red.
Roriksted's a nice enough little hamlet, but a boring posting for a guard. If a dragon attacks, well, then it'll be a different story.
I might just be a servant among lords, but don't think for a moment I don't take my duties as seriously as the Jarl himself takes his.
Watch the skies, traveler.
Why'd I come in here again? Oh, right. I forgot. Okay, so this and this. Let's put that amulet on, shall we?
They say Ulfric Stormcloak murdered the High King. With his voice. Shouted him apart.
Still here.
I serve Jarl Balgruuf as steward. Enjoy your
Yeah,
visit to
5,000.
Dragon's Reach.
Sure, I can cheat and all that, but I'm not gonna worry about any of that right now. I need to take a break. Thank you all for watching, though. I'll probably be back later tonight. I just need to relax for a bit. Anyways, later.